I am doing posts if someone is in chat. Fuck, why is this so difficult after I've done it several weeks in a row? Posting. Posting. Let's get into it. Oh, let me press a button that makes my model reappear. Hopefully, ideally. There we go. Okay, now let's get into it. I was dabbling in getting VNN working on Linux again, but while I was able to get running, I was having trouble. Well, first of all, I had a lot of trouble getting it running. Like, it was not as clear to get it running in a container as I thought it was, and I had to get a new version of the software, so I had to do a bunch of stuff like from work from scratch. And also, I realized the audio doesn't go into the Proton container properly, and I'm sure there are ways to solve that, but it's kind of like a key part of having the model react appropriately, and seeing that wasn't working kind of bummed me out, and I was like, okay, maybe I'll deal with the VNN problems later and stick with my PNG tuber for now. I guess this is called Core. I always want to call this Heart of the Mountain. Which is I guess maybe also what the area is, but it's not what the game refers to it as. Oh, right. I need to not be so aggressive with the jumps. Remembering what this area is about and all. It sure will. I don't know why I'm bothering to click through this again. You know, I already considering that I already put it on stream, but. Hmm. I think it has been long enough that I forgot that, like, and I think I probably also mentioned this last stream, but I just forgotten that the crystal hearts were a gate. Well, that would do it, hon. I think I totally forgot that the crystal hearts, like, are a gate for this stuff. Like, including, like, the B side and C side of core. I'm glad you can hear me. You'll hear my, silly observations on the video game as they happen. Oh, God. Keep forgetting the mechanic of this area. You can see a lot of deaths as I try to suss out where the, last 5 strawberries are hiding in this level. I know at least some are, like, obviously on screen, and the puzzle is more how to get to them, but there's definitely some in this area that are actually tricky. Or, you know, easy to miss. I meant to look up if this, like, how close this, or if this was just in the base game or not, because I, like, this has the feel of a DLC pack, but unlike Farewell, I'm pretty sure it was, like, right after the game release. And it was just like, oh, by the way, here's this little follow-up to, like, the main story. Whereas Farewell was, you know, released a year later in a separate story and everything. And also, okay, couldn't remember if there's a reason to touch that. Farewell apparently was considered, like, conceived as, like, lost levels for the game at first, which explains part of why it is the way it is. And apparently, like, the game files for it used to refer to it that way, like, as lost levels. I think you probably can't get through this early. Because I remember because I have played this, but the game has not shown me an important mechanic for this area yet. Fuck. Okay. Can she read the timing? Oh boy. It's fine. I'm gonna go back for that strawberry later, I imagine. That or I was able to already get it and I just missed it, which is possible, but I think unlikely. Ow. 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 Gonna be a lot of ow in this stream. I'm timing it precisely wrong every time. Fuck. Another instance of having, like, beginner's platformer luck of, like, getting the timing perfectly right the first time, and then every other time just being, like, off cycle in a way that gets me killed. Damn it. That's more like it. That's less like it. Pretty sure I've made that exact quote-unquote joke on this stream already. Hey, Tourmaline. Welcome back. I hope your classes were well. Oh, nope. Incorrect. I see. What if cold? Oh, did you know? I hope you're enjoying your time with my deranged fiction. You'll find good company of Aurora, who also enjoys my deranged fiction for some reason. We haven't determined why yet. I was working on editing chapters again today, but I've finally made a little bit of progress on a scene that's been stymieing me, but still no real ETA on when those next chapters are going to be done. Low-hanging fruit of saying something I know is going to get defensive, or not defensive, that's being too mean. Sometimes my brain makes me say mean things to me on purpose, and sometimes I am well aware of what I'm doing and say it anyways, because then I will farm praise. I am happy with a lot of trust, though, sincerely. I think, like, I will be more excited when I can kind of, like, land the stuff I'm currently trying to write. So I think, like, where I'm going with, like, the back bits of that story are some really good writing. But I do need to finish making them and finish trying to, you know, craft the arcs I have in mind for these characters. How did I just managed? Okay, well, I don't want to burn the dash, that's for sure. It's like, okay, that's how I did it. Like that. Yep, like that. Hell yes. I'm excited for it, Tourmaline. You should write deranged fiction. Possibly that's for yourself only. It's a good bonus if it's for other people, but mostly it's gotta be for you, is the thing. Okay, I need to focus on making this not that difficult jump. God damn it. Please, please, not like this. Not like that either. Yeah, this is one of the 5 remaining strawberries in the game, and I will get it and die trying. God. I just need to not... Actually, well, I need to not burn a jump there. Is one thing. Jeez. I also support weirdos making weird art projects. As are weirdos. Fuck. I don't know why I am overthinking this so much when I have done 90% of the thing already. Okay. Jesus fucking Christ. I do like the mechanics in Korra, though. As much as there might be a bit of tension, like getting back up to speed on it, like the hot cold mechanic and like not having your jumps consistently is good. It just is a bit of getting used to even at the base level, and the fucking B side and C side of this are wild. Can you turn these closer? Nope. Here's my question is, oh, well, I guess if I tap it, it will just reset. didn't actually need a jump there. There is not a Google Drive. There is a crypt pad, which is a encrypted communal thing that I use instead. It should be linked off of the... I could be wrong. I thought I had linked that off of the KEU, but I'm not sure if I have. It was definitely one of the links I posted in chat one of the previous streams. Okay. Boop, 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 boop. No. Bump, 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 bump. I swear that was a diagonal dash. Fucking love. I fucking love core so much. Levels just ask so much of you in a way that I enjoy rising to the challenge of. Ow. Nope. Need a little more momentum off that one. Just a little tiny bit. Teeny tiny bit. Nope. Well, I guess I was thinking I could have dashed into it there, but that is a thing that you can only do to a good effect in other levels. So if I dash into it here, I do not get the jump back, which is fairly crucial as it turns out. I remember, like, if you have to do some bullshit here, if it's just that you just need more momentum, like, coming off that last bit or something. Ow. Oh, god damn it. I did not carefully steal around that on the descent. I guess you grab the left. I think I can get it the way I'm going, but I just need to have a wee bit more momentum than I'm having. Not less momentum, more momentum. No. No. Is it? Okay. Yeah, I've been trying to get Google Drive and most Google products out of my life, and I don't know if I'm fully sold on CryptPad specifically, but it is functional. It also fits a nice sub-theme of moving a bunch of my stuff to European Union providers as opposed to the United States of... I was trying to find something demeaning to say, and I couldn't think of anything I liked enough to finish that sentence. No. Oh, you're supposed to dash into the thing, of course. I don't know why I'm trying to do something different. Nope, not like that, though. There we go. See? It's easy if you pay attention. Ulcerated sphincters of Arcerica, or whatever the fuck, what his name says in V for Vendetta. You don't gotta hand it up to the British fascists, but when they're making fun of America, it's good, actually. Though I have heard the opinion that I generally agree with, that of all the people that British people are not generally included in the set of people that get to make fun of Americans. As people in the other degrading former empire, mostly becoming fascist state. Europeans writ large, sure. Though they're also on the thinner ice than, you know, people who have historically been brutalized by countries like ours. This user isn't American and has complicated and mostly negative feelings about it, especially in the year of our Lord 2025. The year of our Overlord 2025. There we go. Let's go with that one. Don't worry about how old the Overlord is and if it ruins the joke or not. I'm just free balling here. I'm just kind of vibing. I need something to do while I'm trying to navigate through this space. Ow. Yeah, that's fair. I think there's a lot of screens like this in Core that I think throw me mostly because they're just flexible in a way that, like, is not bad. Like, it just tends to lead me to being confused about, like, how I'm trying to navigate through the space. Oh boy. My good feelings of America are based on people in it and spaces in it. The country as an entity I am very much against. Ow. Ow. I'm very sure there's a strawberry in the previous room somewhere, but I'll worry about that later. I can't see the strawberry guide until I finish the level, which is fair enough. Ow. Sure. I think there's also like a tension in me early in these streams. I have to kind of like work out before I'm fully up to speed on how well I can play this game at my best. Okay, it's one part, hello. One part, chilling out, I guess, and one part just, like, trusting myself to do the motions correctly. I have been constantly thinking about, like, core B-sides and C-sides, and I'm more especially thinking about it now. Because I know the C-side has a fucking wild screen based on this, Rising Lava concept that I'm so excited to get back to and see how I can bring it down. Oh. Timing the jump on the crystals, I just trying to remember how to work around these things effectively again. It's been too long. Something like that, I suppose. Oh, right. I don't remember what my second chapter in Wildfire is. You might enlighten me, or wait until I can look it up in my own time. I'm really good at writing names and then forgetting about them until later. Oh yeah. I enjoyed that one. And that chapter for that matter, though I think I still need to retcon some things that are at least make sure it lines up fully with Trust, which I think it mostly does, but I wrote that stuff before having an idea of how I was going to open up the next arc, so it could probably stand to have another pass. Oh boy. Whoop. Hello. I will die for the strawberry as many times as I have to. Nope, I really needed that. I think I want to save a jump there and go over the top of the spike and then... Oh, maybe you can. Maybe you do have to spend that jump to make it up to that higher block. That is the wrong play. Nope. Right, it's right. I have to do that again, but a little bit faster and it was fine. I think you can do that without necessarily wiping that block and making it as much of a race against time there, but it's just easier to do it that way. Oh, Jesus. Killing too much momentum here. I think I originally planned to do much more of like my porn writing as separate interludes like that, but I think I don't know, wanted to integrate it more into the story as I went on, and also kind of was inspired by one of the other core authors, I forget who. I think one of the MFBC club, mentioning that they didn't like separating out like porn versus, you know, like not porn writing and like making it seem like it wasn't, you know, equally valid or important to characterization or whatever. And I think inspired by that, I started to want to be like, okay, I'm gonna pull this stuff into chapters more often and like not always to the point of a like full like sex scene, but like definitely as something that kind of like creeps in more. It's just like character interaction between the main couple or main like polycule, and like occasionally comes out as a full-blown like sex scene when it feels appropriate, as is the case with one of the bits I'm working on writing now. Oh, have written. Need to edit still, but have written out at least. Hey, Bedlin. Couldn't be Mabel, I don't know. Feels like it was Mabel or Runa, but I'm not sure. This mechanic is what one of the Seasides uses. Weird to manage the rising falling level like this. It's good. It's good, it's good. This is like one of the strengths of the core setting, though, is like, yeah, like I'm not just writing porn because I think it's hot, though I am, but because like it's important, like the way my characters interact with each other, like what they feel, and like it's a way they like, it is involved in how they bond with each other, and like, you know, just and develop over the course of the story, and like the more I kind of, you know, lean into the storytelling ability there, the less it makes sense to be like, oh, well, you know, here's my normal chapters, and then here's the porn chapters. I think I do have a policy with the newer chapters, like, when it's going to be, like, the majority of what the scene is just, like, sex, I'm going to call it out as, like, an unsafe FW chapter. But, like, it's not otherwise called out separately. It's just like, hey, this one is going to have a lot of porn in it, be ready for that. But, like, it's not intended to be like a mark of disfavor, like a thing I call out or, you know, separate or anything. Just this one got sex in it. Got a lot of extra sex in it. Please enjoy. Speaking of my opinions on America as an entity, that is definitely one of the like most compelling things to do. Is that someone born in our fucking fucked up Puritan culture is like, no, the porn is part of the story too. It's important. It's not like some weird thing I'm ashamed of. It's a thing that develops the characters and like is meaningful. Yeah, I'm aware of the thing with the content warnings. I need to figure out a solution for that. Like, they work in my PDF reader, and I have not yet found a good way to implement what I want them to do that works consistently. I've looked into it a little bit, but have not found a good answer yet, so I'll hopefully eventually figure something out there, I guess. This is all just for the B-side, because I did not realize this wasn't even the like main path until just now. Yeah, I mean, that is like the fallback totally, is that I'll just have them there and like, you know, I maybe make them like a little bit slightly like a light color on a light color, so they're not like very easy to read, just so people can kind of like more easily steer by them if they want. There's definitely a couple they have in mind that will be, you know, content spoilers, and I want to provide the opportunity for people to, you know, opt out in an informed way, but I would also like to make sure that it's not just immediately showing you important plot details, again, as part of, like, letting people make their informed decision, but yeah, I need to find a way to do it. And, like, you know, dark gray text on, like, light gray background might be the answer there, but I'm still figuring that out. I also at some point need to go back and do old chapters to be thoughtful in that way. So I think I called out like content warnings that felt particularly worth noting in Wildfire and Recovery, but I would kind of like to not have that be an ad hoc thing and like have it be integrated per chapter in a consistent way. forgot about this bit. It's understandable. And I definitely want to be good about that stuff, and I guess kind of like develop better an understanding of like what is going to tend to need calling out in that way. So I can get the strawberries before anything else. Yeah, I see you, B-side. We'll get there. We'll get there when we get there. No farewell. Not yet. Hold your goddamn... Wait a goddamn minute. Wait your fucking turn. Okay, so they're both in here. I also kind of am planning to delve into more stuff in Trust that like is going to tend to need that warning, because I have some ideas about where I want things to go. So, as I kind of, you know, try to tackle bigger things as a storyteller, I want to make sure that I'm continuing to be thoughtful with my handling of same. I might just pull up guides for these last two since we're so close. Just at least for pointers on where they are in this level. If you are okay providing that, I don't want to, you know, depend on free labor where I can avoid it, but if you have particular things that you think I've missed and need to have covered that you notice under your reading, feel free to let me know. What are words? Okay. And yeah, I do plan to, I don't know, kind of like revisit my old chapters at some point and kind of give a clear thought on that. Fair enough. I just want to make sure I'm not taking too much advantage, but let's see. Yeah, it's been fun. I mean, like, the content warnings for, you know, non-sexual things tend to come a bit easier and, like, what is going to need cause like that, but it's also fun to think of, like, okay, what kind of deranged sex that I mentioned pursuing with my characters particularly deserves this kind of warning? It's like, I have, like, a lot of, again, the current 2 chapters is about, like, my deranged synth and vampire fantasies, so there's some stuff in there. I'm not sure if all of it necessarily... there's only some of it that I am assured in my having given a content warning, but there's other stuff I've got to, you know, think about, decide if it deserves it or not. I might have missed it already. Yeah. Which means I have to restart this. Oh no, okay, nice. It is nice to do this for me. Or not. Hmm. Make sure you do the right section. You're hot and you're cold, you're yes and you're no, you're in and you're out. Things of this nature. Okay, so yeah, this is the room that went to back in. That makes a lot more sense. I mean, still the one downside of a text guide in a modern YouTube hellscape is like, yeah, sometimes it is kind of confusing what a guide author means when they say, get to the 4th room and then do this. I think you need to save a jump there. At least one. Oh wait, I remember, yeah, this is the mechanic you're supposed to be doing here. Not the part where I jumped into spikes, the part before that. Just, you know, slidey wall jumps, which you have not had a chance to, I guess, even do, because, like, these walls don't exist out of this, out of the core, I don't think. It's not, you know, that novelly different from just standard wall jumping, I suppose, but it is a thing to fuck up and then die to spikes about. It's a thing to learn. Okay. Enjoy snack. Yes, pinball. Getting out of here with the prize, of course, the exciting part. As you might expect. Jesus. I think you really do want to save a jump for the way out, too, so you really want to, if at all possible, not spend any jumps until you get fucking right underneath this thing. Like, I think you can get out of here without a... Yeah, you could, in theory, do that, but I don't think I can manage it, so... Okay. Okay. Just missing those straight up is always very funny to me for some reason. Just, what if I just miss the platform entirely instead of not hitting the jump right? New pro strat. Okay. Getting, like, multi-launch into a spike ball is always very, like... It feels personal. Like, not a lot of deaths in this game feel personal, but being slammed into spikes by a bouncy platform always feels very personal in this game. Also, I should not have burnt all my jumps. I could have saved if I had kind of platformed better, but mostly I should have just not spent 2 jumps to get across there. Like, you don't really need to spend jumps to get through this bit, just some of these. Honestly, I think most of this you can, in theory, just bounce across with. You just need to be paying a lot more attention to the moving platforms than I am a lot of the time. Ow. 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 Right. Like, I wouldn't call these rooms really hard for me or anything, but it's just a thing, like, my eyes are glazing over when I'm in these rooms, and I'm just kind of focused on, like, finding a path. And I'm not, and, like, I'm only paying attention to, like, a sliver of the stuff in the room to make that happen. Like, that is just how my brain works. Also, speaking of wanting to save jumps in this room, let's see if I can manage it as a demonstration of how to successfully get through this level. So I have remembered, and by remembered I mean looked at the guide, how to get up to that strawberry. And it mostly is a test of, please do not use your jumps until you get to the switch, so we can use them for a special purpose. Stall for time. Like that, for instance. Impress your friends. Collect 175 strawberries. Apparently the achievement pop-up has decided to be on my other monitor, so they will not show on the stream, which, unfortunate. Also, welcome back, Trimley. Okay, strawberries destroyed. Concept of strawberries gone from this world until a special moment in farewell, but not right now. Having water. Alright, last B-side in the game. Be a lot of just dashing directly into flames in this. It will not stop happening. This is another example of a room where I'm kind of, my eyes are just glazing over it. I'm just trying to find like a single successful jumping route. Which I don't know, maybe it's not that dissimilar from how other people tackle these, but I have not spent a lot of time asking people about how they tackle Celeste levels, so. Just waiting a fraction of a second too long. Oh boy. Oh, I thought I died before I sent my jumps there, that I just landed on a flame, but no. This room really wants diagonal jumps from you, I think is the thing. Okay. Ow. Ow. I feel like this specifically is where I learned a lot of the air control I have in this game, because this chord, and like especially the core B-sides, ask so much air control of you. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you need to do this without using a jump, because you need one for the middle there, and you might need one to get out of that spike wall. So I guess despite saying I have been made good at air jumping, I'm still kind of remembering exactly how much control over air jumping this game taught me at one point. And how rusty I have. since become? No, you need to go over the tops with the dashes, I see. Like that, directly into the fireball. Ow. Ow. Boy, I wonder if this is gonna make me repeat the same path back, but ice. Ow. It's almost like it's repeating the same path back, but ice. Yes. I have not given a whole lot of thought to what long shot looks like, I'm gonna say in advance, despite them, being a relevant character. Despite her being a relevant character, I suppose I should say. The spikes on the sides of these are so mean. Yeah, I think a lot of my, like, characters that might not naturally have arms, like my avians, my scaly characters, I just tend to, like, be like, no, they just have arms. I don't want to think about it. But I do also like to have wings on avian characters. I think there was, I think in my character in Wildfire, I did conceive of as not having arms, just having wings. But I know since I've mostly just made characters that have arms and a separate pair of wings when I've made avians. Because I don't know, I already have enough trouble trying to, you know, bend my mind to write anthro characters. It becomes harder when I have to remember to, you know, write them even more differently. I cannot answer Snitties for you at this time. I don't know. Wondering what the popularity of implants is in snake characters in anthro universes. If it's common, if it's not common, if it feels like just, you know, giving in to mammal supremacy even more than is already done. I'm not gonna write a whole thing on like the relative popularity and political issues inherent in mammals getting or snakes getting tit implants, but I'm sure one could do it. Damn it. Now, people love giving snake anthos huge tits. Like, it is common. I think there's an older version of me that was more like, well, you should do things that match the animal. Why are you doing this weird shit? But as I've gotten older, it's more just like, I don't care. I don't care, and also it's your character and your business. Like, I will do what I want with characters I make up, and other people are, you know, in return free to do what they want with theirs. Like, I don't tend to do hybrids personally, but I have nothing against them, especially with someone, you know, very near and dear to my heart, having a proud species fusion character. It's this big field we've got. We should all play in it as suits our interests and suits our souls. Right. I had a zen moment like 2 deaths ago where I understood this level on a deep level, or understood this level in a deep way, and I need to get back to there. I think despite the thing I said about mostly seeing the screens in this level as, you know, local areas, I think there are like points of it where it's like, okay, I understand like the general movement through this area in a way that's, you know, coherent and applicable in a broad sense, and this is like one of the screens where I usually tend to see things that way. Damn it. No, I should have just committed. Anyway, bunny sharks, if you happen to know any, tell them they're cool for me. Barks, I believe they're called. Fuck. Give Mountain Dew to your local rabbit today. It does only good things to them. Trust me, I'm a veterinarian. I know these things. No, I think just if I'd held that a little bit less, it would have been fine. Nope, I, again, should have committed. And I probably could have saved on that lower bounce, too. I just wasn't expecting one to rise in time to save me there. Boop, 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 boop. I could have done a dash there, probably. Boop, 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 boop. Nope. Need to be slightly earlier or a bunch later there. Boop, 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 boop. I should have done a diagonal or sideways. I need to. Oh yeah, now we're between deaths. Oh, Aurora, I've just had the thought of like someone asking Eco how she got the way she is, and just imagining like insert college drinking scene here, you know, drinking the whole keg, drinking a yard of ale, whatever, but it's just Mountain Dew. And poor, like, scrawnier Eco just looking determined, but clearly overwhelmed. There we go. Damn it. Love to get repeated yes lamels from you. It makes me feel good about myself and my actions. Nope. No. I wish I had a better understanding of like what air stuff does and doesn't consume momentum. I would love it if you do when you do that. Well, I'd love it regardless. I'd love to see eco art, but I would especially love to see that idea. Despite getting through as much of this game as I have, I've just never understood like the intricacies of the grip stuff and like how to manage it and like how to avoid spending it when necessary. It's just not something that is like lodged itself that much in my brain. Every time I get launched at the spikes at high speed like that, it's funny. It's pure comedy. I'm sorry, Madeline. It's good for content. Esmeralda is the eagle, right? The one that is met at the party, or am I thinking of a different character? Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Zoom. I'm blanking on the character and cannot give an answer at this time, then. Oh, wait, Esmeralda was at the... Yeah, I think it meant that more to be platonic if that was at the... I am going back to my first impulse if I cannot give an answer at this time, because I might be... about to die. Too busy with the video game, and also too uncertain of my characters and when they appear in the story to give a good answer at this time. Ow. I might take a look when I am through a couple more screens or at my Aurora mandated stretch break in a bit. Also, Chapter 5 of Trust, you are cooking. I'm sorry for the corresponding drought you're gonna get when it comes to the chapters I still am working on, but that was always gonna happen. Okay. I think I just lucked out with the timing on this the first time and did not learn that you need to time the fireball position from across the screen in order to have this work. been an hour already? Jesus. This is why I have Shorkbot Aurora to look out for me and make sure I do my stretches. Oh, no. So it's a bit too slow then. Yeah, I like clarifying stuff, and it's really helpful to have people read through what I've written and like give me an idea of like what is and isn't clear, and like if I'm leading readers the wrong way by accident. Because like I need to kind of read through all of Trust as a whole once it's done to work on this kind of thing, but like there's a lot of stuff I kind of intend to do as like long character arcs, and I like having an idea of like how well that stuff's landing and if stuff needs to be tuned to better achieve those goals. Like especially once I've gotten it all out and know like where I'm going, and like if things need to, you know, be laid out slower, need to be laid out quicker. If I don't know, just something is just has to be different without either falling into one of those categories or falling into either one of those categories. Done a bunch of it like in service of this game, but like this kind of thing we have to kind of like time a loop in advance like this is something I'm not particularly great at. I appreciate it, Trimley. It's also just more just like I want to share more of what's in my head with people. So it's not as necessarily self-critical as it sounds, which given the way I am, as Aurora can tell you, it's good to be on guard for that kind of thing. Like, it is also just that I want people to see all of what I have in mind for these characters. And also I've been sitting on these chapters, editing and writing them for a while, and it's been frustrating me, so I'll be excited to get that to people. And then and then get bogged down in different chapters about different things. The answer here is like anywhere where one fireball is still climbing that middle wall is fine. You just need it to not be on that corner specifically, because then you dash directly into a fireball. But despite staring at this corner while talking, I have not exactly processed the window yet. You can't take too long or that happens. I think you can stall on the lower one like a little bit by doing that, but really only a little bit, or again the grip strength is gonna fuck you. Oh, if I'd been faster though. I've been kind of like building time in, but I should have been actually faster there, I think. Some water. Drinking water is good for you. This stream is sponsored by water. Just try to stall it consistently and see. Well, I say that and then immediately hold too hard and jump into the flame, but maybe among the most frustrating cycles to get beginner's luck on and then just struggle with afterwards. Because I almost had it, and then I crucially did not have it, and now I am in purgatory, where I must not quite do it for all time. Fuck. This is another place where like a better understanding of how grip stuff works and how you avoid spending or avoid getting tired on the wall would serve me well, but I just have still never internalized those mechanisms and how they work. Oh boy. I forgot to grab at the right point. Oh boy. I think mostly the thing that's hard for me with this kind of thing is just like being able to deterministically offset my like jump cycle to deal with the timing I'm trying to do here is hard for me. I also wouldn't need to stop fucking up at easy stuff at the beginning of this so I can actually focus on the part of this that's difficult. Need a little bit more grip strength is all I need. Fuck. And also to successfully pull off a jump. That would help if I could do that. Okay. I will do a stretch break as I was advised, and I will probably also type an answer to the question while I'm up. But first, first I get my controls on screen, then I hit this, then I mute, and then I press BRB, then I mute, and then I be right back. Where? So I'm doing a quick phone check as well, but I did get up and do a little stretching. Okay, that's enough telephone time for now. I have a little more water, and then I can get back into this. Oh, this is a fun screen. I remember this one, I think. Just lots of bouncing. Very careful bouncing. Boop. Nope, I need to stop using a first jump like that. Grabbing into the ceiling there was kind of unintentional. I just have this bad habit of like death gripping the grab button all the time when I'm playing this. I think just because there's so many levels where it actually was beneficial to do that, but it just doesn't actually help in a lot of levels, and is a bad habit that I should just not be doing. And it's even like on this level where it doesn't really affect me one way or the other for the most part. I think it's a bad habit just because it makes my hand sore, and it's not good for me to just be constantly holding a button as tight as I can. Just easier said than done is really the problem. Like, I can recognize it's not great for me, but my hand still wants to do it. New and exciting depth discovered. Nope. Incorrect. False. False. Wrong. Incorrect. Oh, that fucked me out, so I was not expecting to bounce off that one specifically. Fuck! Fuck! Just dunked in the garbage right at the end. I died getting spiked. I'd get died on the going up the next time. Next time I'll die in just the perfect way. Just in the middle of the two extremes. I will find a way to do it. There we go. I should not have said that while I was still hanging, but it worked out. I learned a long time ago not to tempt fate of video games by saying you're happy to be done when you have not yet crossed the finish line, because they will remember. If anyone... I don't think you have, Aurora. You would have necessarily even seen videos where I've done it, but people who have done Destiny flawless raids with me know very well that I am unwilling to believe it until I see the triumph pop, and at no moment sooner. It's like on all of my recordings the same, of just like, nope, I don't believe it, I need to see the triumph. Which paid dividends, because when I got my, fuck, what was the Galron raid? Season of the Cup, that I'm forgetting the name of. The last raid before Shadowkeep. whatever. Doesn't matter what raid it is for this anecdote. But basically, we got the flawless after, you know, some trials and tribulations and some really exciting moments. And the triumph popped. And as the triumph pops like as the boss dies, but before like the boss animation finishes. Oh, Crown of Sorrow, that's the raid. The triumph pops before the raid, like before the boss like finishes dying, basically. And after that point, the Crown of Sorrow like falls to the ground, and it's a physics object, meaning it can kill you. And so we got the achievement. Everyone was happy. Someone got killed by the crown falling, and we all got sent to orbit because the old model of Destiny raids is if anyone died, you immediately got sent to orbit. Like the instance didn't persist. So y'all got sent to orbit, and like I was just laughing my ass off. Like the first question was like so like concerned that they'd fucked it up for us, and like was like upset or whatever. And I was just like laughing my ass off because I knew very well we were already in the clear because I had known about that interaction, even if I didn't expect it to happen. Yeah, we all just laughed about it, waved our triumph around. Oh boy. I could go for a Crown of Sorrow again. That was a fun raid in parts. A lot of the parts of that raid were ass, but the parts that were good were good. The Destiny 2 story. Fuck. Could really go for a Scourge right now. Nice 20-minute Scourge of the Past. God, what was... I think a record for... What is my record for Scourge? I know our flawless for Scourge was under a half hour start to finish, because that raid is so fucking fast. Especially if you know what you're doing. It was fun. There were a lot of, even like my late joining ass who only started playing Destiny and Shadowkeep, like in the space, the Waypoint Discord. Scourge runs were just going off like all the time because they were so fast for people who knew what they were doing, or even like teaching a couple people. I always hoped they would bring it back in the unbolting era, but apparently not. I mean, I don't know. Maybe they could bring it back in whatever the fuck Destiny is becoming in half a year or a few months or whatever, but it sounded like their unbolting days were basically behind them because it's difficult, not fully appreciated by the fan base, and I don't know, Bungie's in a pit that one hopes it will escape, but it's fun to have a screen like this where, like, I mean, I guess because I've already played it before, this is enhanced, but just, like, seeing what the gimmick is with the screen immediately and then it just being a matter of practicing it is satisfying. Like, this is always a game of learning what you have to do and doing it as two separate things, but it's kind of fun to just skip past the first of those from time to time and just be like, alright, I know the score, let me just do the thing. By do the thing, I mean dive directly into spikes a dozen times. For people who have not done Destiny, which is Tourmaline and possibly only Tourmaline, Crown was fun because it had a bunch of like being divided into sub-teams that were responsible for their own like mechanic stuff. And like, you know, if they fucked up, the whole raid could wipe, but like needing to do your thing while also like it's two different concepts, like having to do your own little like pair thing alone, and then also having to like, you know, be in a voice channel of two other pairs that are also doing that, and just like learning the voice of the person you're playing with, and like learning, you know, what they sound like in the launch of sound in your ears, but also like learning how they want to approach it, like how they want to do refresh mechanics, and like what timing they like, how they go about it, various things like that. It's always kind of fun to have that little sub game in the raid. I think, I don't know if foreseeing that if you haven't played Destiny was the right call, because that probably explains nothing, but it was fun. I liked that pair bit of Scourge a lot, like especially on Flawless when it's like, hey, we need to not fuck up. So definitely a lot of like ways to have that raid go where you would just to have Crown go where you would just like be basically dead, well, literally dead on a timer, and like have no practical way to solve it in time. And if you're doing Flawless, it was like, well, sorry guys, let's go back to orbit, try this one again. I fuck. Don't know why I keep wanting to do a diagonal dash on that one. Like, it clearly wants a horizontal one. And get back in the zone. I've just gotten distracted. Or not. Maybe I'm not distracted enough with the way my ADHD works. I just need to put my brain just enough out of gear that I can just pull this off without overthinking it. Having water. This is the kind of level that makes me death grip the grab button, by the way. Because it's much more necessary here. Fuck. Nope, I don't know why I'm spending 2 jumps to get through there. I started messing with my Zachtronic Solitaire collection in my off time when I need something to do that is not stressing over an art thing. And I'm reminded there's a wide difficulty, or range of difficulties in those Solitaire games. Like, I went from the one from their last game, which is basically a Klondike-like, like the one that came standard with your computer through the 90s. But doesn't permit the you only get one deal through the deck, and which is I think sometimes called a Vegas style in those same versions, and you can store one card in the empty draw pile once you've gone through it, which I did not realize until very recently, and it turns out is helpful to know. Motherfucker. Not like this. And I guess knowing that now makes that version a little bit easier, but I definitely have a lot more trouble with like Solitaire and Klondike Forum than like the other version I was trying to play, which is Sigmar's Garden, which is the one that's in Opus Magnum. It's like a marble matching game that's fun, and like I had like a lot more success with that version immediately. So I think it just works better with my brain. Also, I think I'm 90% sure that getting all achievements on Opus Magnum, which I did do, requires like winning 50 games of that or something. So I have already, you know, played a lot of that game, and needing to play through it for 100 wins for the one of the achievements in the Solitaire collection, which I do intend to get in the long run. Getting it for Sigmar's Garden sounds very achievable. Just a matter of, you know, spreading it out so I don't feel burnt out on a mini game inside of a mini game collection. Oh boy, no. Like that. They also have the Solitaire game from, God, like the other chemical making game that they made, that Zachtronics made after Opus Magnum, that I'm already forgetting the name of, but like had this like, you know, collapsing society, maybe like post USSR type feel to it, where, you know, you're making chemicals like basically to make some parody of ends meet, and like at the end of the game I think you're like robbed for those, like kind of making the whole plot in a way pointless. And like it had this game about, it's just like a Solitaire game, but like doesn't have a concept of suits, and it permits you to like cheat card placement basically, that I must have played in the course of playing the game it's from, but which I like barely remember playing. Which is also true of like the game itself. Like, I should look up the name of what I'm thinking of. It's of which Zachtronics it is, but it's one that I feel like by comparison to ones before and after it, like just heard no one else talk about, and like don't recall ever hearing any other thought from like any other person on, which presumably is not true. Like I imagine it just wasn't as popular in my circles for whatever reason, but like it's strange. So I remember hearing about TIS 100 from someone, probably a friend in college. Exapunks was huge in my circles. Eliza was big, like in like critics discourse generally, as I recall. And everyone cared about the last proper game they released because it was, hey, Zach of Zachtronics fame is retiring from games, and this is the last one. So, you know, that one obviously got a lot of press, and I played that one and still have stuff to do in it, but I think have like I think I did actually wrap all the bonus stuff in that. But for a while I was like, for a while after release I had not, I was really stretching out playing it. Like not out of any intentional reason, I just didn't put in the time and wasn't in the headspace to do the kind of puzzles they create over there. Sure. Damn it. Don't know why I tried to land on the lava there, if I'm being honest. Yeah, I think you just need to do that, like, not perfectly, probably, but with just enough momentum to clear without having to use the jump to get over the top there. I don't think you can do this without... I think you need to spend both your jumps to get out of this. Let's look at this here. 1 second. Let's hold that death back. I just want to remember what Zachtronics game I'm thinking about, because it's going to bother me, even if it is not bothering anyone in chat. Last Call BBS was the newest one. Molek Synthes was the one that I feel like I've never heard anyone else talk about. This one, it's like a chemistry one, kind of like Opus Magnum, but chemistry instead of alchemy. And I don't remember anything about the puzzles now, but I'm sure if I went back to some of the gifts I have of solutions, I'd be like, oh right, this game. It was so nice of the lava to wait for me. I forgot that it did that. Jesus. It's a really narrow window for this one. Or that plus just timing your jump off it bad, which I think is part of my problem. What have I stopped doing correctly here to not get... Okay, so it is just timing. My timing is off. Suddenly. There we go. I did the last bit of that on instinct. Like, sincerely, I was just like, just vibing it out. And hey, it worked out, didn't it? Okay, definitely need to not spend both my jumps here. So a few bonus puzzles to do in TIS 300 or whatever. I did the base game like all myself, and then I was like starting to clear out the bonus puzzles. I think the first page of bonus puzzles, I ended up like using a guide for some of them, and I can't remember why. I think I was just like starting to struggle and like just like let myself go a bit too far and like helping that, which I'm vaguely annoyed at myself for, but I apparently still have some of the bonus puzzles left to do for that, so at some point I'm probably just going to try to remember how that game's mechanics work and see what I can do there. Same with Exapunks. I have like 1 or 2 bonus puzzles left in Exapunks I need to go back to at some point. What do you... You just need to have a jump there too. I need to do that next one because I need to learn how to do the like Puyo Puyo like minigame in that well enough to get the high score they want you to have, which I've so far been unsuccessful at. I also know someone did a like C++ like screen reading program to just play that game for them for Exapunks, and I'm really tempted to follow that person's footsteps and like learn enough about fucking, I don't know, Python screen reading libraries or whatever, and like writing my own like game solvers to pull that off, which feels a bit beyond me, but maybe not, and I think would be, as was said in the Reddit thread where I learned about this, like very in line with the game's themes to be like, no, I'm not going to learn to play this game myself, I'm going to teach the computer to do it. As this is a game about teaching the computer to do things. Fuck. I know Last Call BBS has a version of that game in it, but like oh Jesus, PvP, not PvP, but like one that's based around like AI bosses with like special abilities, as opposed to just the like the original game, which is just a straightforward like it gets faster as you go type thing. And like needing to survive long enough to get the given score. Okay. This one. I don't know why I thought that was a switch. I was like, oh, this will be ice now. No, this was not ice now. I do like that it's basically scarier than it looks. Like, once you like get the timing right, you just slide past all of them. Mostly. It's not a free ride fully, but mostly. Damn it. I keep hitting, being a little bit too high on my jump to pull this off. Okay. Remember these guys? Remember these guys? I forgot about this screen. This is good. I love a fucking final exam ass screen. Like, hey, motherfucker, you better remember everything. And crucially, you don't get your, you still don't get your jumps back. These are all things, I guess I hadn't realized the other, like, subtext of this, which is that every one of the things on this screen would give me your jump back. In a normal level, but because it's core, it does not. Which, I'm not sure if that's specifically meant to be a, part of it, but... Counts for 90% of your grade, motherfucker. I remember this screen, I think, specifically. That or the seaside version of this is the part that I have videos of. Right, no jumps. You really need to get, like, your full, like, horizontal momentum off that last one. So you can, like, I don't think you can do that without spending a jump, which means you conversely have to get across here without spending a jump. Or have to be able to. It's fine. I should have committed. Damn it. Punished for my success. I need to be more consistent with these things. I think these are, like, maybe my least consistent types of switches in the game. That works. Damn it. Need to be faster. Need to be slower. Oh boy. Yep, sure. That's exactly the way I intend to get through that screen. Don't even worry about it. Fuck! I maybe could have saved that for horizontal jump, but not sure about it. Or horizontal dash, rather. What? I could have saved that, but hitting the switch that early kind of fucked me. Ow. No, I need to commit to that. The problem with these is I keep, like, meaning to hit them on, like more vertical, so that I bounce straight up, and then I hit them on, like, the horizontal, and I'm just not prepared for it. Like, that. I should have committed more to just going. I also need to stop dashing horizontally through that because it keeps throwing me off. Of course, I keep only getting that distant one, like, when I'm too early in the cycle, as another form of punishment. Okay. Nope. Getting around that last one is such a pain in the fucking ass. There we go. I should not have taunted at the end of the screen, but hey, I got through. Sometimes you gotta let them know. Should not really be spending jumps until I know if I need them also. Like, I can spend them if I have to, but the fact that I can get through this without using a jump would suggest that I'm going to want some jumps in the holster, as it were. No, the screen's actually not that bad. It's just a little bit of timing. I've made that same jump into this lava ball like 3 times now. Okay, that at least was different. God. Love to just eat my momentum off of those by accident. No, incorrect. False. Trying to avoid jumping directly up into the one that's been killing me. In exchange, I have instead getting no momentum off this thing because I'm timing it just too early. God, fuck. This is another instance of having, like, muscle memory the wrong thing into my hands. Like, I practiced doing it wrong, and now I'm, like, continuing to do it wrong even after that point. Nope, that's not at all what I was trying to do. Trying to remember how to do a fucking corner bounce. So I've apparently forgotten everything I learned in the last stream. Or in the other however many hours I have played this game. I don't think you need to do one here. I'm just not sure if that would be easy. I was wondering if it would be easier than doing this the other way it's meant to be done. I think you're supposed to do something like that. Basically, you just go in circles. Fuck. You really need to get that on the way up, otherwise it becomes so much more difficult. Fuck. Oh boy. Nope. In the middle one, you can get there without a jump, and that's why how you save one from the last bit. It could also be possible you can just get through all of these without jumps if you just get that full momentum and get the angle right, which I'm not quite managing. I think I spend a jump here, like that. Yep. Okay, you definitely need to save one jump for that last bit. I think the middle part is the easiest part to pull it off on, but I could be wrong. Boop, boop. Nope. That is not the angle I mean. I think there is an angle that middle one can throw you that doesn't need a jump, though. Perhaps that one. I don't know why I'm trying to not spend a jump here. Oop. Spend one. Nope, spend one jump here in a way that does not immediately go into lava. Like that, perhaps. God. You really have to hit this middle one, like, on just the right angle for this to work, and it's annoying when you don't quite land it. Of course, the last bit can't be easy in this mode. It is the last screen of the B-side, which is great news, but ain't over till the fat lady sings it all. Fuck. The slight, like, airiness in here is tricky to get used to. Please, I need a recharge. Slightly late on all of them is just brutal. Fall. Genius. Fuck. Need a little bit more distance and I would have been fine. I'm pretty sure you can recharge a jump on the heart, but I could be wrong, in which case I'll be really sad. I would have been really sad in like a second after that last run if I had pulled it off. Fuck. Slightly early. Getting too excited by the heart. Damn it. Should have been slightly more aggressive or a bunch less aggressive there, and I would have been fine. Slightly early and also into the corner. Made the same mistake. Unnecessarily greedy, and I was punished for it. There was a way to save that if I just gone back, but I already risked so much. Well, hopefully I can land on top of this. There we go. Sweet. Not yet, hon. Not yet, game. We're not done with you yet. I am ready for a real challenge. Thank you, game. Thank you, game and chat, for your faith in me. Wow. All the way back. Real shit. The real Dark Souls starts now, which is weird because this is a Celeste. Seasides are like 3 screens each, but they're all like this. Every screen is like this. Jesus. Come on, we got this. Don't know why I keep trying to go to the right instead of just grabbing on. Nope. New and exciting death discovered. I don't think you actually need to dash right out of it. I think it's just easier for me to do it that way than trying to do a jump and then a dash. This one's tricky because it gives you a bit of momentum that the other ones don't. Or slightly different momentum, I guess, if you're on the other side of it. Maybe that's not true. It feels like it's like the jump is slightly different on the last one. Doesn't actually help me to do that, but it looks cool. They are gonna make me do wave dashes sooner or later. I don't think they're making me do them here, though. I could be wrong. I feel like they don't teach those into you until later, but which is not the same as it being useful here. You really need that jump recharge back at least. I feel like it's worth practicing the wave dashes early if I get the chance, though. Even if they don't actually help me. Even if they actively hurt me. I'm so rusty. This screen is actually not that bad, really. I'm just getting excited thinking about later screens. Like I said, 3 screens, basically. Seasides are basically 3 screens. To steal something from one of my friends who says that a lot now. Not even one of my friends, several of my friends, I suppose. People I wouldn't necessarily call friends, but who I hang out with a bunch. I think acquaintances is what we call those. No, that's what you want to save the jump for. No. What did I want to do at that point? Oh, you need to recharge, ride that down, get the shield, grab, ride it back to neutral position. Probably dash off to the side. I see. Just gonna jump into the spike instead of doing any of that. Nope. Don't spend your jump there, you need that. God, getting it a perfect, like, climb around the spikes like that and then just dying at the very end is tragic. Ooh. Ooh. Boop, 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 boop. Damn. Ow. Crushed and spiked. Terrible way to go. I guess you can just grab on the wall there. There's no reason not to, really. It's a good way to arrest your momentum. I think I'm just surprised to see a single wall on the seaside that is not covered with spikes, honestly. Why are they being nice to me? My day, all of our walls were covered with spikes and we liked it. I'm just jumping way too early on that one. Or, well, too late, really, but... I guess what I mean is not reacting when I need to be reacting. With that, perhaps. I shouldn't have jumped there. Oh, because it's a corner bump, I think, at the end there. Whoops. I was already looking at the platform below and not paying attention to that corner. I would love to see a Super Meat Boy-like death tracker for this game of just all the places I have died in this level. Right, I think you want like to catch that last bit of momentum as the platform returns to position, so you can get over to the block without using a jump, and then you use the dash to get across and bump on the corner, I think. I think you can get momentum off that. I could be wrong. I guess we'll find out when I can reliably get to that point. Man! Found the last possible second to jump, but it was too late to actually make it. Such a tight jumping window there. Gonna hear some varied, inconsistent, and off-key humming, unfortunately. I've heard this song too much in and out of this game to not react to it. Damn. I knew it. Fuck. Nope. Need to grab it long enough to activate it. Too early that time. I had the air control to get through there. I just am panicking because I've not been to that bit enough times to be calm and collected like I am on the rest of this now. Fuck. New and exciting death discovered. Fuck. Up, 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 jump. Nerve-wracking. That's one. I did screenshot my final death counts for Celeste's base game, which is not... I think there's like some like backtracking and just like racking up deaths doing bullshit like after finishing. That's not quote-unquote fully accurate, but it will be fun to compare and contrast to this. I probably won't do it. I may or may not do it on stream depending on how fast Farewell goes, but I probably will post it on my Mastodon later just as a fun aside. Jesus. Right, I remember the trick you're supposed to do here, which is just that you can... Or I thought you could grab out of these. Yeah. Oh boy. In case you thought they would be nice enough to not throw battling at you in these. Like, nope. Motherfucker, you're gonna learn... Use every trick you've learned and some new ones we haven't taught you yet to get through these. I think getting that lower one first is probably the play. I think to pull that off. So I think getting it at any other point is going to be obnoxious. I could be wrong, but it feels like it wants you to get this like right off the bounce. Maybe that doesn't work though. I guess just do whatever I did there is the answer. Mostly what I need to do here is remember how to reliably do jump boosts out of these, because I know it's going to want me to do a shit ton. Because like that was the high level mechanic the game bothered to teach you for these. The way I said that felt snarky that I mean, like the game, like of all the things speedrunners have learned to do with this game, there's a subset the game will teach you directly. And I know jumping out of these was something this taught you on the B-sides, because I remember doing it on this stream even. One screen. This might even be the last screen already. So I think these are literally like three screens each, if that. It's just they're really long screens. God. It's just wild too, because like the thing with like the B-sides is like they're as much endurance as anything else, but these are just like, nope, it's just purely like your 3 screens of hell and you're out. God. I need to stop holding grab is what I need to stop doing. I was gonna do this for practice, isn't that? Well, okay. That's why I was gonna do it for practice, I guess. Like, this is just all jumps and dashes, nothing else. Oh, and air control. Maybe that's just implied. Fuck. We really just want to dash through that bit at least. Oop. Problem is I keep dashing up too early. I should actually stare at that section for a second and figure out how you're supposed to get through it. I think it's you fall down, you spend a dash. Yeah, okay, it's just, yeah, you just have to come down to the left side with the dash intact. Because then you dash through the key, you get a crystal, dash up, dash diagonal, dash up, dash across. Cut your momentum there, fall. This is a repeated, jump out of these sparklies. Grab onto this as it's moving up, dash back across, and you're home free, in theory. No. Remember the thing where I said I needed to save a jump? I need to remember how to catch momentum out of these. How is it a thing? So I've done to play Axiom, but I forget how you just... Okay, it's just hold, grab, and left. Okay. I've not had to do that intentionally until now, so I'm trying to remember how to do it. The last part of this is really satisfying, but also very easy to fuck up. Like I said, very easy to fuck up. It's got a great cadence to it, though. I love flow state sections and like platformers like this, where I'm just like grooving to the thing I'm doing and like enjoying the repetition of doing a good like platforming movement. Nope. A little too much English on that one. Realize English is like spin, and there's no spin concept here, but I like using it to just imagine extra oomph generally. I really just need to hone the first part of this so I can practice the part that I like, that I'm bad at. Boop, boop, boop. Boop, 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 boop. Not quite. I'm a little too fast on the jumps, is the thing that's happening there. I was slightly late that time. I'm just practicing doing the wrong thing. It's the unfortunate thing that's happening there. Too much height. Interesting. Like that, but with one more success at the end. That's how it's done. The last bit is really fun once you get it. Just like boop, 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 boop. It's got just a rhythm to it. Last time with these demons. Jesus. Fucking muncher. There are screens I remember how to do in the C-sides and B-sides, and there's sides I have no memory of because I just memory hold it. And this is one of the latter. I don't fucking remember any amount of this. Because this too is a rhythm thing, and I just don't remember the beat. Like that. Keeping up the rhythm is the hard part, even if you kind of like fall into it. This kind of screen also, it's like, you know that every C-side is only 3 screens, but then you see a screen like this, and it's not as much comfort as you might hope. It's like, yeah, it's only 3 screens, but this fucker's one of them. I did not think I was gonna make it out first time I got to the end of that bit. I think I need this platform. Damn it. Window there is obnoxious. There's 2 different corner kicks, and you also have to do some platform babysitting. Corner kicks are so fucking satisfying once you get them down, though. I bet especially if you know, do the speedrunner thing and do them in more places than just the, like, bits that are mandatory. Because I'm sure that I'm not even sure, I know for a fact there are, you know, a bunch of places that you can use them in a quote-unquote proper speedrun that I have never touched, and I'm curious how those feel when you really get them down. I bet it feels real good. I still need to go watch a task of this game, see where people are at these days with it. Including fucking Farewell. I've never seen a Farewell task, I don't think. I should go look one up once I've, you know, gotten through it freshly myself. I encourage y'all to do that if you're the kind of person that loves to watch tool assisted speedruns. So I know Control ones have always been, or Control, Jesus, Celeste ones have always been fucking bonkers. That's 2. God damn it, I forgot he's here. Of course he's here. Alright, fine, I will look ahead. Hun, I'm getting got 5 times a second. You see what kind of game this is? Now this is a new and exciting way to get got. Incorrect. Did not manage to get the head bump there. Or meaning get the head bump. It's good to get it, but also certainly fucks up my timing if I'm not expecting it. I dodged his dash too effectively. I think the screen is also not that bad. I'm not even sure what I'm judging by at this point, besides, again, probably that final farewell screen, which became my bar for hard level after beating it, or while beating it even. Should not have done that. Really just want to keep moving through this section. Ideally, don't wait in one place to get a crystal refresh if you can just get it the first time. Meant to be on the other side of the wall at that point. Damn it. Nope. Okay. See you in a bit. I seem to find a more consistent way to get through here is the thing. Something repeatable. That could be it, if I can just repeat that and also figure out what my dismount is. Don't know why I didn't just commit to it. I'd either be faster or slower there. I'm just at the perfect speed to get owned halfway through that jump. Right, that's what you're supposed to do here to make this consistent. Corner jumps, corner jumps, corner jumps. At least that's what I remember doing here. Whether you have to is, I guess, always an open question, but this feels exactly like the thing I would have done my first go of this. Fuck. Incorrect. I was able to do it so many times consistently, and now it's just I can't quite get the distance right on the first try, on the first like dozen tries. Quarter jumps are also more generous than they seem, but only on like one side. Like you'd need to either overshoot or be right on it. Undershooting gets you nothing. I needed to go. I had like 3 different cycles there I could have pulled it off on. I don't know why I didn't just duck under that. Would have been fine. But that outside bit is not nearly as scary. She says, having only seen it once tonight, but I still believe that to be true. I needed to not hit the wall there. Oh, fuck. Well, sure, thank you. Forgot how this works. I think they definitely wanted to use Oshiro as a platform the last bit, if not sooner. But it feels 100% like what this section is asking for of you. I'm remembering Oshiro being involved in that last section, but I'm not remembering at all what the thing they're asking you to do there is. Fuck. I think you want to dash through them like that, but in a way that does not directly intersect a Dust Bunny. Fuck. No, you just want to commit to that one. Of course, jumping into it the right, I think you need to wait for it like to be at the bottom of its cycle and then quickly jump over and through it. That feels right. Fuck. Okay, we can still do this the slow way. Well, we could have, but it's kind of just tragic to miss every one of the corner jumps. I think it works, but at what cost? Unfortunate. Was holding R when I shouldn't have been, and really shouldn't be in like any part of this, if I'm being honest. Just bad habit that, again, usually doesn't fuck me over unless it does. Just a sideways jump would have been fine. Right, you need his... oh, I know what you're supposed to do there. Never mind. Or rather, I think I could have reached that without Oshiro, though I think getting extra height off Oshiro would have helped. Just being too short on the jump for these is always so frustrating. Smashing Madeline's head directly into the wall instead of actually getting my height. Damn it. If I'd gone straight up there, I might have been fine. Could have saved that, but I was mostly upset that I fucked up my rhythm on the corner kicks. Need to stop holding grab at the wrong moment. What do I do? Need to hold grab at some moments. Sure, we'll take it. I was looking at the next jump and thought I was higher up than I was. Asshole. Fuck, you really need to grab that. Is the thing. Well, we got that far. Simply do it again, but better. Missing that last one is so frustrating when I've landed the other two fine. Like, I've had this much practice and I'm still not consistent at these things. Like, I'm not, like, as put out as that might suggest, but it is frustrating to, like, mostly have something down, but to keep, like, flubbing it, like, every few attempts. What a time to accidentally do a horizontal dash. Not like that. Really need to stop death gripping the dash button. Or not even the dash button, the grab button. Which part of my brain wants to call a sprint button, which is part of my problem here. I disagree, but okay. You really need to time the jump off him at the end there. But I think once you land on the right side of that thing and ride it, you're basically free. Once you grab that, and yeah, you hopefully dash directly into the crystal heart, or you die. But if you get that far, you probably can manage it. I'll probably take a little break after clearing this one. We've been knocking these out at a fast pace, which is compelling, but has also been like 3 hours now. I'm not looking at the timer right now, so I'm looking at more important timers. Oh. Okay, yeah, it has been 3 hours. Also, I'm sorry for whatever noise that was. It just happened. I can't explain it. I should have just committed. It's always like the kind of annoying thing about the Seaside is like I love the platforming challenge they provide. I guess what I'm about to complain about is assumed within that, but there's something to like being most of the way consistent on a section, but not fully consistent, and how frustrating it can be when you like that, like when you fuck up at the beginning of a session that you mostly have down, but don't quite have down, and then don't get to practice the tricky bits that are still giving you the most trouble. And like, you know, still nothing for it but to practice more of it. It's just like, come on, I have so much of this down. Hands, why are you betraying me at this crucial juncture? Damn it. I don't know why I tried to dash down. Cruel. Getting myself in trouble by holding grab again. You know what? Sure. God, timing him is so annoying. I should just grab the wall there. I would have known to make it. Sorry, just checking my phone real quick. Okay. What? Trying to sit in a better position. Jesus, twice in a row bonking my head, huh? So over. Ugh. No excuse for that. You do need to bounce off him one more time. Right, those two, like, dust sprites at the end there that you have to manage are my least favorite part of this, I think, besides the Oshiro jumps. Just because they're annoying to time with the way he moves. I should have just gone for it. He was already high enough up, he wouldn't have been a problem. Should have gone sooner or later, not at the time I went. I had to keep waiting a cycle for that or go much faster. Awkward height for him to be at. Probably manageable if I'd use his jump, but welcome back. There's so many really awkward windows. I don't feel like I have any consistent idea of like when to go during that section to not get owned. Compared to this section, which, despite shit like that, I mostly have down pat. Fuck. Or shit like that. Like, provided I don't flub my corner jumps, which is happening a lot, to be fair. Like, I am mostly set on that opening bit. And mostly set in that middle bit, too. I just need to not get eaten by Oshiro for no particular reason. I have died the same way the last 3 times I've gotten that far. Need to stop holding grab in the air. I really need to stop doing that. I'm still doing it, in fact. It's just that hard to break the habit. So close. Again, the one height he can be at that is a big pain to deal with. Not impossible, like a dash would have solved it, but just really fucking obnoxious height. Didn't need to dash that way. Or I guess I would have been fine if I just kept it up momentum instead of just stopping. I again need to really stop holding grab as much as I'm holding it. Like, it is just a reflex action that fucks me over constantly, and yet I can't, like, unlearn it. I hate it. I knew I was off at the end there, but don't know why I'm doing this the bad way when I can do it the good way instead. I was fine if I ducked. If I hadn't hit the upper ledge there, I would have been fine. I think into a session is easier if you like understand how to manage your Shiro better, but I just don't. I need to stop fucking that up. I also can't count on him if I do shit like that. Mother... Managing his timer and managing the jumps and managing the dust bunny just sucks so much. I figured out this opening section except for the part where I just, you know, inscrutably fuck up parts I've done already, but the outer bit I just don't have any sense for. Slightly too early. Fuck off. I should have committed instead of trying to go back for a dash gem. I need to learn any other timing besides the one that I default to that just fucks me over continuously, that I keep doing for some stupid reason. Or just any amount of air control, really. Please stop making the same mistake. Please at least make different mistakes. That doesn't count. Pretty sure I have done that mistake before. In that one. Fuck. Part of why I'm making the same mistake continuously is like jumping into that first one has a narrow window where it works. And I keep picking the narrow window that also gets me killed on the back end instead of, I don't know, any other window because I just cannot train my hands to do a different thing. Fuck, I slipped off the platform instead of jumping. Fuck off. I have stopped getting enough height on that bit of the jump specifically for some reason. I don't know why this is happening suddenly. I think I'm like not going as low as I used to, but I didn't think that would like fuck my momentum that badly that I would consistently die on a spike I've never died on before. Fuck you. I could have kept that going. I hesitated. Going low is, I think, the trick here. I just need to remember how to play so I can do this opening bit. So I'm getting more heated up about it than I should, but I'm really frustrated just having this down pat and just losing it. Bullshit. Unfortunate. Not at all what I wanted to do there. Again, picking the worst possible angle. Like, I need to dash through that opening crystal so I have distance. Also, I just need to commit to dashing off his head or just have him be in a better position than that. I would have been better suited trying to get a bounce off his head and dying trying than what I did. Going back to the crystal was a mistake. I disagree. Fuck you. Again, it's the perfectly wrong timing there. I needed to ride his head, as it were. Again, the worst possible height for him to be at, also. Not unsolvable, just annoying. Would love to practice a bit of this that's actually hard for me. So all the rest of this I should have down by now. It's just that last bit that I really need to practice. That works. Fuck! No. We just really need to learn to time him, because like I'm just not getting that right. I need to learn it in fewer attempts, because like I'm just not going to get back there consistently to practice apparently, so keep fucking up this early bit. Sometimes that's just how it is. You just have to do it on your third try or whatever, because you aren't consistent. And the game isn't going to hold your hand about it. We'll get it. It's just frustrated by how long it's taking and how much of the parts I should have by now I am just fucking up consistently. Like that, for instance. That kind of thing. Fucker, come on. I just need to learn to do that consistently. Fuck. Trying to practice bouncing off his head more and just getting killed for it. I don't know why I tried that dash. Ducking would have been fine. No. Not even a little bit correct. I disagree that wasn't a bounce, but okay. That would have been fine if I had just gone a little bit faster or landed a bounce. Early again. Don't know why I did that angle specifically. I wish I was better at cycle management than I am. It would make this so much less difficult for me. This is really difficult in the bit that I don't get to practice as much as the rest of the level. I disagree that didn't count. I don't know why I chose to jump at that moment. Late. There we go. Fuck. That one sucks so much. I'm gonna go back to the main screen, then I will go take a stretch break and get some water. Go to hell, Oshiro. I hate you. The B-side still beats it out. Alright, burp. Thanks for the support, honey. If I was getting grumpy about the level. It will happen again. Wow. Great start. Oh, I see what the gimmick is. Nope. Easy. Is this where I gotta start doing my, fucking... Oh, there's wind. Okay, never mind. It's like, are they gonna make me do my long jumps? And no, it's just there's wind. Which is better, probably, right? Gotta say, beating these levels was really satisfying the first time, you know, in my apartment for my Switch. But I gotta say, having a audience and having my partner in chat cheering on is hits a bit harder, even if I have already beaten all these before. Bunny is very appreciated. Bunny is highly appreciated. And Shark. And Bunny Shark even, you could say. I'm so worried about Mirror Mansion Volume 3 is gonna look like. This is not... The first few bits of this were easy. I'm not too concerned about... Like, I'm not beating it yet, so I'm not gonna get too far ahead of myself. This feels very doable. And I'm just so terrified of what they're gonna want from me for the last mirror bit before I'm allowed to be free of that mechanic. I think Farewell basically keeps to its own mechanics, but it could make you bring some stuff back. I don't quite remember. It has, as I have repeatedly said, been a fucking minute since I played Farewell. Just up dash there is what you want, actually. That has to be a diagonal down, then a diagonal up. Up dash. Nope. There's another example of when I'm just reflexively holding grab and it does nothing for me. I'm working on stopping. It's just every few times I run this, or attempt this, I am holding the directions. Or holding the trigger, rather. So I think that at some point I'm going to do Lies of P as a stream series on this. I don't know when. I'm not sure what I want to tackle after the things I've already talked about on stream, but I will put thought into it and figure it out at some point. Nope, incorrect. I could have maybe saved that if I'd reacted faster, but... No, you want to do a long diagonal dash there, I think. I'm glad the Disco Elysium streams have gotten to a point where I'm kind of like really happy with my experience of those again after kind of a rough period. But I think I'm still going to be happy to or when I'm done with it, to have the Friday game be Rayman Legends, which is not going to ask difficult emotional things of me, presumably. I don't think the plot desires to do that thing specifically. It will ask nothing but difficult platforming from me, a thing I am happy to bring, and which will not require the same parts of my brain. Will require the parts of my brain that light up right now, presumably, but I am happy to give those parts their due. I would not put it past the plot of Rayman Legends to have some, like, emotional, like, stuff to it, but I don't think it's going to be playing in the same space that game is playing at the very least. I think few games could hope to. At least with the specific tone that Disco Elysium brings to it. Like, I think... I don't know if you would categorize... I guess I feel like calling it that game an adventure game is the most apt comparison, but it feels like it has elements of, like, my very uninformed understanding of visual and kinetic novels, and it does make me think of exploring more stuff in that space. And having heard many a discourse about those games and the way they are perceived in the broader gaming community, I am certain there are ones that would give me, you know, sincere, strong emotional stuff, and not just in the form of, like, what if game looks cutesy but is actually scary, which is among the things that generate the discourse. But I'm sure more of those could generate that kind of emotional pathos, but I don't think any games would do it like Disco Elysium specifically. Very unique blend, very unique flavor. That's how you're supposed to do that section, by the way. You can die during that animation, and if you die during that animation, it does not count. Keep that in mind for later. Keep that in mind for when we get back to core. Hold that thought. Nightmare, nightmare, nightmare. This continues to be too mellow. Can get through anything if I've got too mellow going. I'm actually fine with this mechanic also. The thing I really don't want to do is more crystal throwing, but I know there's crystal throwing coming up. This is a nice reprieve by comparison. Love a rhythm. Mean. I think this is you're supposed to go wall. Yeah, I think you're supposed to do that, but you need to do it in a way that gives you a lot more momentum than I'm getting. I feel certain you can, but perhaps I am... Yeah, okay, so you totally can. What I did there to make that work, I could not tell you. It's in my hands. My hands know, my brain does not. Oh, no more crystal mechanics. I'm free. The game heard my prayers. Just have to do a difficult platforming section. Much better. Headphones are making me sweat a bit, which is uncomfortable. Oh, that's a corner bounce, yeah. I just need to dash faster than I'm doing. And/or get more height off this. I think you can go the lower way too, but I feel like I know how to do this and should just pull this off, then I'll be fine. Yeah, what is the other route I can do here? That's death. You can do... Then what's the point of that crystal, then? I don't like them to have a crystal that doesn't have a purpose. I mean, it could be just a different route if you can pull off a really good corner bounce, which I feel like I am close to doing, but I think also it just would be easier to do this. Yeah, just like that. But without the part where I hit a spike at the end. I had to listen to what I think Tokyo Future is the album that has, well, a lot of good songs on it, but specifically Poison Jam Part 2, which was brought to my attention. So I'd only listened to the original Tokyo album and like one other thing of Two Mellows that I've since forgotten, or forgotten from the conversation when I'm trying to recount here. And I mentioned that Poison Jam was on that and that I really liked it, and then someone brought to my attention that there is a Poison Jam 2 that is on that album, and it's good. I think it came up in Shuffle recently. I think that feature, Tokyo Future, also has the TVMA, I'm not sure how he pronounces his name, but like has the collab from them on it, which makes me think now of now that I've heard it, his whole album that I'm forgetting the name of, and I'm not gonna be able to remember at the moment, that has a collab with, or has a track featuring Too Mellow in Exchange, which is good. Those two work really well together. They make good music together. It's weird that if you combine two artists who clearly like, you know, collabing and are both very talented, that they produce good music together. It's weird. Anyway, support artists. Buy records, buy CDs, buy things on Bandcamp. Buy things on the thing I'm forgetting about that is a Bandcamp-like that you get sometimes people are on. Don't pay money for Spotify. Pretty sure Too Mellow specifically is on record. Maybe this is not true. I know I've seen artists on record saying they would prefer people steal from them than pay Spotify, because it's basically the same. It's effectively the same thing. Like just go on SoulSeek or whatever instead of paying the Spotify fee. Or, you know, put your money where your mouth is in a way that actually matters. Fucking goddamn it. How have I just hit every dash on this block besides the right one for like 10 minutes now? It hasn't been that long, but I've just been flubbing that a lot. And when is the next Bandcamp Friday? It's gonna be like August or something, right? So you had it in this month? And it's quarterly now? I can probably do math. Yeah, I guess the one of us that's not doing platforming should look it up. That's probably sensible. I disagree, but okay. Okay. Oh, interesting. I thought it was just purely quarterly, but interesting. I will keep that in mind. Love the art style of this game. I love pixely stuff. I was watching Mira Kubutamu, who I watch from time to time. Sure, let's just do that first try for no particular reason. That'll help. I was watching Mira stream, I think, Labyrinth of the Demon King, I think, which looks to be like a kind of like throwback dungeon crawler type game, but done in a like early 3D pixely art style. I should well, I guess being the person who's not streaming, maybe you can just look up from what I've said, Aurora. But I'll link it in chat later if I think of it, because I think it is very much not my kind of game. I don't think I would enjoy playing it, but it looks cool as hell, and it is making me think that if I ever pay off the wanting to do game development thing, I am very likely to explore pixel art or like early 3D stuff. I think that's compelling. Though I think not necessarily where my nostalgia lays. I think my nostalgia lays specifically for like 90s PC games, which were like largely like educational ones, which your jump starts and such, which are, you know, a particular kind of like aged 2D graphics, and like your like early 3D stuff, and then like your GameCube mid 3D stuff. Like, that is all where my nostalgia comes from. But I think, like, the kind of pixel game Celeste is, or the kind of 3D pixelated this other game is that I'm thinking of, I think I would find it really compelling to work in that space if I could, you know, come up with enough an idea. I will verify, actually here, since I've just died. Yeah, let me do a little assistance. Yes. I can tell just from the first screenshot or the animation. Like I said, it looks really cool, and like it looks kind of like interesting if again you like to play this kind of game. Knowing myself, I don't think I would enjoy a ye old dungeon crawler type game, but I did enjoy watching Mira play a bit of it, and in fact probably will watch more of the stream where she played some after I am done streaming myself. And would watch more. Seems cool. You should, if you play it, you should let me know what you think, because curious about it, I guess. And I enjoy people, especially people close to me, bringing games into my life that I would not myself go for. I think, well, I guess with, you know, your atlases and whatever, we are well into that era. But I know people were talking about for ages, like, about how long the pixel art, like, throwback era was, and, like, how the next thing was obviously going to be, like, you know, early 3D graphics, PS1, and, like, early PC. And, like, it was a long time before people made games in that aesthetic. Or at least, like, before people made them in ways that, you know, worked or, you know, caught the public interest and, like, got talked about. I think we've had a good amount by now, but I'm thinking, like, you know, your mid-2010s or whatever. Like, I remember people saying a lot, like, where are the early 3D games? Why is no one making throwback? Why is no one making nostalgia stuff for this? And nice that we've gotten there, I guess, is the short of it. I do actually kind of want to play Atlas at some point. I'm not certain that's going to be my thing either, but I have interests, and some of them are even related to the gameplay. I think Atlas is what I mean. I'm not going to look up what I'm talking about. I'm just going to kind of say things, and we'll see what happens. I'm smashing Madeline's head into this block so much. It's so cruel that you can just survive held onto that block and have no way to go from there. Just make you drop Madeline to the pit yourself. I disagree, but okay. I guess one bunlith of Bloodborne. Sorry, what is the legally distinct name of the cart game she made? And Bloodborne PSX before it. Bunlith of being really good at early 3D graphics fame, definitely one of the ones that feels like she single-handedly worked to popularize people making stuff in that style. Nightmare Current, yeah. Definitely not the first, but I feel like one of the best doing it, and I feel like all the art she's made that's been aggressively shared around is definitely like part of what drives that trend forward. Plus, also, I'd love to see all of the things she makes. No! Dunked. I should play Nightmare Card. I grabbed it on Steam when it existed, and when at some point I wanted to look into this, and I haven't done that. I did grab the soundtrack, which I listen to from time to time, and it's good. It's not like, you know, novel emotionally or anything. It's very, like, the soundtrack for the thing it is. Like, definitely a lot of the soundtrack, or the tracks are very, like, cart game music, but, like, it's good for that. It is the thing it wants to be. I hate this block. I hate this block so much. Trying to scratch my earlobe and also earring. No! I'm just continually, like, slightly late here. I need to relearn the timing. I need to find, like, some, like, simple idea, like, not even necessarily related to, like, a core or cove thing, but just, like, some, like, idea I can wrap my head around that, like, will keep me interested in a game dev project base long enough to, like, learn something. So the thing about the way my brain works, especially when it comes to programming, is, like, I need a project, I need, like, a specific thing I'm doing. Otherwise, I get bored. Like, otherwise, I'm not able to get through tutorials. And, like, that's been the case of, like, modeling stuff, too. It's why, like, I want to make this VTubing model so much it hurts as the motivation to actually learn anything. And yeah, I'm that way of programming. And, like, I need to figure out, like, what is a kind of, like, bite-sized, game dev concept to wrap my head around and, like, learn, Godot? I'm gonna fuck it up again. I can't remember names. Hopefully that's the right one. And I guess also to fucking learn C# or relearn C++, which either way, nightmare, but we do what we have to, I guess. Okay. I'm glad I was right. I could just make something, like, very artificial. I mean, I don't know. I don't know why I necessarily want to apply an artificial, not artificial category to this, but I could do, like, you know, Carmilla's, like, Sudoku engine, and, like, just make a Sudoku, like, generator and solver. And just, you know, wrap some art around it and call that good, and just build it inside, Godot. So I could do that. I could do a thing like that, but I don't know. I kind of want to see if there's, like, even, like, a fragment of gameplay of something else in my head that I can mess around with. There's also the thing that I probably do not need a new creative project anytime soon, given that, like, several I'm already juggling and stressing out about, but my brain loves to chase things, even when it is holding many things. It's the curse and the curse of having my brain. Please, Jesus. That's a really satisfying jump when you make it, though. Like, not that mechanic generally, and also that specific one. It's just a fun one. This is probably one of the many books I read in school I should go back to, but I think reading Waiting for Godot is like one of those early books where it's like I have been made to read this for class and like, I don't know, find things of vague interest in it, but don't feel like I really get it. And there were many after that, but it's just like one of the first ones where I was like, I don't understand what I'm meant to be understanding here. And where the kind of burnout at being made to do a lot of that late in high school alongside all my other difficult courses. And, you know, like SAT 2 prep and shit were that just burned me out on the concept of reading for pleasure. College is also to blame for this, but I think reading for academic purposes is difficult, and I think it especially can be ruined quickly when it's like, well, I have a bunch of other courses to do, and then I have this, like, reading a large passage. I don't know if I ever did it in high school, but I think late in high school I did it, and definitely in college I was a heavy SparkNotes user, so it's just like, I'm a fast reader, but I just don't have the time to read this. So I'm struggling with a billion other things that are difficult, like fucking linear algebra with a shit teacher and signals processing and shit. I have always had the feeling that a lot of things I learned in college would be significantly more compelling and interesting if they were either not up against the time constraints of other courses or they just weren't for a grade. Like if it was just like, hey, we want to teach you this concept, and like you are not, there is not a bar of failure for you. Because that adds a lot of stress and makes it a lot less about whether you think it's cool and a lot more about, well, can I fucking learn it or not? In theory, it's a great thing to, you know, pick up as an adult out of college where you can just, you know, learn things, but I feel like given all the creative stuff, that's not necessarily easy to do, and I feel like as an adult in this age, it is difficult to be like, I'm going to, you know, learn something purely for fun. And, you know, I do it to varying degrees. There's a lot of things to pick up in my spare time, like, you know, the art stuff included, but, like, I feel like a lot of things are harder propositions in that sense, and others are just like, yes, I'm going to go find something I learned in college in theory and study this on my own time just for its own sake is not easy to get to. Signals processing is something we learned as part of an engineering requirement that engineers, well, everyone had to do it. It was a core requirement, but it was for the engineers, basically, because it would, you know, be built on later in the degree. And the important part of signals processing really is a sub-part of it that we learned called, like a concept of, like, the frequency domain, and moving things from the time domain to the frequency domain is, like, the kind of thing that video encoding is based on. Like H.264 and H.265 are based on, like, understandings from that field. Just, like, you know, transforming something and then, like, modifying in a way where you throw away only, like, the easiest to throw away detail and then transforming it back is, like, how you, like, build some of that stuff and how you, like, analyze, like, what it's doing. There's a video I'd like to link that, or not a video, like a blog post I'd like to link sometimes that goes into, like, how H.264 works, and I should find it again because it's fun to look at and, like, has a great example of a I'm gonna have some water. Like a picture of a mid-2010s MacBook Pro and, like, transforming in the ways the article talks about to throw away detail. And, like, you see stuff like the speaker grill detail, like, starts to disappear first, but, like, you can still, like, mostly see the shape of it, and then, like, other things kind of, like, start to fade, and, like, it's a lesson, like, you can, there's detail that you can throw away from an image to compress it that doesn't change the overall image as much as other detail. And, like, you know, you can kind of start from that perspective and, like, tune how much you're throwing away to change your compression size, while also keeping, like, your detail within an acceptable range. maybe the most useless way to talk about it. But if I can find the thing later, I'll share it for you, Aurora. So I think you might like it. But turns out there's a lot of cool shit you can do with math. Weirdly enough, which, as far as I'm concerned, math is fine as long as it's the computer doing it. As long as I don't have to be the one doing it. Math is good for computers. It's what they crave. But not for people. People don't deserve math. They don't deserve to have math inflicted upon them. Mathematicians are all masochists. This is true. I knew mathematicians in college. I know this to be true. Nope. Nope. New and exciting depth discovered. I really need to tune in my jumps on those. Remember when I was like kind of idly thinking about what kind of like games I might like to like mess around with, just as like a learning game dev thing. I did think of platformer, both in the like kind like this that's difficult, and you know you're more laid back, like let's say Yoshi's Story, like types where they're not trying to be hard on purpose. I thought about I could dabble in that, and then I thought about how hard it is to make a game that feels this good, and then I also thought about I also thought about the experience of watching Evie, who does a lot of game dev stuff. I think is currently working on a more visual novel-y thing, but has some platformers, and like watching her post on like Twitter, and then I think co-host for a while, and like some on like Blue Sky now, but basically has done like a lot of game development, complaining while she's been working on game development. And it put into my mind that even doing a platformer game that is not about being tightly controlled and precise, no, not that she wasn't chasing that, but not chasing to the degree you have to for this kind of game that I'm playing. There's a lot of stuff you have to get right, and a lot of things it's very easy to get wrong if you're, building your own, like, physics engine and stuff. And remembering that, I was like, well, okay, I think I could be equal to making a platformer. I think it would just be a lot more trouble than I am maybe initially thinking of, and it's more a question of like, okay, maybe there is something better to start with here than something like that. Which, you know, led me to kind of where I opened with earlier, which is like, I need to kind of put more thought into it and, you know, decide if I even am in a place right now to work on game development, which, no, I'm not. But when I, you know, have a bit more free time or clear more projects off my plate, maybe. And it could be a platformer at that point. I just would need to, you know, kind of keep in mind the scale of the task. Or you know, scope it way down. Like, make, you know, a couple, like, levels, or, like, a couple even just, you know, screens that, you know, have the feel right and, like, have, you know, the custom art I've made, which, another thing to keep in mind, like, even for, like, a, you know, more minimalist game, like, gotta make a fucking ton of art assets. And I'm, like, a better artist than I used to be, but it's still just like, okay, so, you know, you have to come up with a concept, have to build out the code for it, have to test all that shit, have to, you know, come up with a bunch of, like, test assets and build all that together and then spend more time on it. And I'm not saying I won't ever do that. I think I can do that at some point, but I need to keep in mind the scale of that shit. I intend to build out the Cove media universe more and more as time goes on. I was getting that down and then I fucked it up. Well, nope, let's not go back there. So I got down to this bit. So it's like a diagonal dash, dash up. Diagonal. Oh, so it's just like right there. So it's just up, fall into that, diagonal dash, dash across, dash up. Fall, diagonal dash, land, jump onto that sidewall, climb up, jump to that. I could imagine there's secret, like, spiky platforms in here that are dash platforms, but I don't know for sure. I could also pick up the Game Boy platforming I was doing once upon a time, which was cool, but working in assembly for Game Boy programming is hellish, because assembly programming is fucking hellish. So that would be the downside of dabbling with that more. I should see if that's on my Codeberg or something. I think it's one of the things I took down from GitHub and never, like, would put anywhere else, but I could at some point put it back up. I know I also have the Pico 8 game I did is still on my itch.io, and probably will remain there, and probably will continue to remain untouched, but dabbling in those could be a nice place to start, because, like, it would not teach me the kind of, like, general, like, C++ stuff that I do want to do at some point, but it's kind of nice to be, you know, it's kind of nice to be forced into, like, you know, constraints and work within them. Three more seasides. Or no, maybe just two? I can't remember if Reflection has one. I guess it does have one. Oh, right, because Grumpy blocks. These are I think it was, like, uncertain if they were Kevin blocks, but I looked up many things on the wiki unrelatedly and was like, oh, right, yeah, Kevin's are what these are called. Not these. The block that you'll see later, but God, they really want me to get my corner jumps down, don't they? I'll fucking do it. Don't you taunt me. It might take me a while, but I'll get there. Fuck. Getting that angle on these right is so obnoxious. Oh, that's the whole screen too. Well, we'll get there. You just hang out here. Just chill for a minute. I don't know why I was trying to bounce angle on that one. It's just... Boop. Nope. I think you don't even need a full bounce on that one, really. It's just this first one that you really need to kick into to get the necessary distance. I don't even need to get the full distance. It's just easier to... I find it easier to reliably kick into it from the side like that than to try to get the angle exactly right. Heartbreaking. There we go. I feel like this section is the kind of thing that made me really just hate Golden Feathers by the end. Because like, they're not that mean about them in like the standard campaign or even the B-side. It's like here where they're just fucking mean about it. Yeah, get down there and then make this turn and then get all the way down to that other section before it runs out. And like, you have enough turn control to do it, it's just difficult for me to keep the turn control on that consistent. And forget how far you actually need, they expect you to actually take it, because like you have a dash back once you get out of it, so you can dash down one of those crystals on the left. I just don't remember. Well, we'll find out. And I know there's some Kevin block bullshit somewhere in this level. Sooner or later. I think you need to fall through all of that without spending the jump. Which I totally could have. I seem to be a little bit cleaner on the movement. No, I think you do need it. Well, once I can make it through it all, we'll see if I need to make it through cleaner or not. I see. So I get distracted by my audio levels because the game volume seemed like it was peaking more than it should be. But I might just be misreading the levels. Especially given that I'm reading them out of the corner of my eye while I try to do this section. I still need to get back in Krita, or however it's pronounced, and finish the hands for this controller setup. But I really do like how the controller itself came out. The tape especially, like, I was worried it wouldn't come out as well as I wanted it to, but it worked out nice. Remember when I said Kevin block bullshit? Remember when I said Kevin block bullshit? I don't think you need it. I'm not sure if you need it this far, but you might. Hey, bud. But you absolutely need the Kevin block for all of this section. Alright, let's go, buddy. Thanks. Maybe you don't. Maybe I'm thinking of something else. I have strong memories of needing to get a Kevin block through a lot of stuff, but that could have been any... Well, I guess this is the last screen. Oh, here, let's see. If I don't bring it with me, I die right there. Okay. I think it's just a matter of, like... Nope. No, there must be some more movement that I need to do here that I'm misremembering. Can you just go over the top of it quick enough? I think you can crouch, yeah. If you can get on top of it and crouch immediately and like slide off it, I think is doable. No. I'm not sure it's any easier than... Oh, There's just a narrow window to do it is the problem. So you want to go like that, grab, God. I just need to react so much faster than I'm reacting. Makes you think this is not in fact the way you want to do it, but like, going underneath does not feel any easier is the thing. Actually, I guess the answer is you're supposed to just slide off right when the crystal's there, isn't it? Well, maybe a little bit before. Yeah. Right, you want to grab the wall there. I learned there's a special version of this block that laughs instead of doing the growling thing that they put in just for a... Oh, I need to move it a little farther over. Whoops. Otherwise he kills me. If you put in a specific name at character creation... based on the runner in question, you get a block that laughs instead, because they put that in for a specific run someone was doing at a specific JDQ that I don't remember without looking up, but which I watched some of the video for and was fun. And also showed me some of the fucking, like, hyper long jump shit, even, like, non-tool assisted runners for this game do, that is just wild to watch the momentum you get up to. What if Madeline, but very quickly? No. Oh, that was fine. That was perfect. I just need to hit it as soon as possible. And then grab the wall. Too early, too fast. Interesting. Interesting failure case. I was trying to do that on purpose, but I thought I could get past it in the time it took to move over there. Well, that kind of achieved my goal. Nope, I need to move so much more quickly than that. No, I have already learned that is not the correct way to do it. Maybe I get on the right side of it as it crosses over. So I could, in theory, do... Just gonna use the tools I'm given. Maybe hit it and then jump down, hit it down. No, I wanted to stay on that face. Nope. I'm forgetting the first step of this long process. Not a great sign. Right, I want to drop faster than that is the thing. My traitorous hands are not doing the right action. Nope. Oh, okay. Well, that works too, I guess. New and exciting failure state. Despite knowing basically nothing about the genre, visual novel was also a kind of thing I thought of trying to do as a game dev teacher. Not even in the sense, and you know, not trying to be the kind of like shitty like April Fools were doing a visual novel thing, like sincerely doing the thing. But I realized mostly the problem with that, besides not having a ton of genre experience, is like, fuck, that's a lot of art. That's so much art to do. I need to stop just smashing that thing late. I need to also smash it earlier than that, though. Fuck. I think you can drop down there in time. I might be wrong. Maybe there's some other thing I'm supposed to be doing here, but that feels right. So I know you basically have to get underneath the thing, is the punchline. Like, you need that thing to come across the left and be underneath it somehow. I just don't remember what the somehow is yet. I know that other block is going to be involved somehow. I still don't remember the thing. Nope. The Kevin block is without mercy. Need to stop doing that. Need to stop doing that too. Here. I'm gonna pause for a second, just catch my breath. It'll take several breaths even, because I'm just throwing away bad attempts. And I probably need to rest my hand for a bit anyways. I'm going to look at things on my phone. Some water. The stream remains in the pocket of big water. How many times I've just launched myself directly into the wall pinch. Not exactly what I'm here for, but sometimes these things happen. I think maybe just jump off early. Maybe that's it. Because you have the momentum. No, you need to, actually jump for it, though. I really like how these blocks, like, when they're in rest stages, kind of, like, idly look at you. Like, if you grab a side, they just look at you. It's only when you actually do the thing that they get angry. It's like how Trisha gets when she watches me, like, pointing at her paws that I'm clearly going to touch, that she won't be happy when I, touch them. She doesn't like having her paws touched. And she'll just, like, watch me set up for it, and it's only when I actually do it that she'll, drop her paws down or hide them or loaf or whatever. Or she's come because she heard herself being talked about. Come on, keep going. I'm clearing space for you, baby. Please keep going. Trisha is going to her box, where her paws will not be in danger from me. Baby, lay down. I keep forgetting the thing I said I was going to start doing here. Yes, that was basically it. I wanted to plan it out and really commit to something once, stuff of the next few months is settled, Aurora, but I've been thinking that next Halloween's one-off story would be great to either do noir moments with a pair of characters I've talked to you about, accidental summoning story, which I guess might be a bit of spoilers. I'm not gonna be offensive at it, but like, given who is required for the story as I've talked about it, so that might be tricky to do before Arc 3. Or vampire setting stuff. Any of that feels like it would be appropriate to do in October. And I'll have to think about what really leaps out at me as a good one-off fodder. Maybe originally I'll say the noir story is a good fit, because that is something that could easily plug into current arc stuff and could just as easily not, like, just be generic, like, not necessarily tied to a particular part of the arc writing, which is the perfect thing to do a one-off of, naturally. I don't know, I'll think about it closer to time. It's only to do so much writing and so much modeling and somehow fit that all in before mid-August or whatever. Which we'll see if that happens, but... How did I get that hot distance that one time? How do I repeat that? I need to clear, like, exactly the right amount of distance to drop down into that for our boys across the screen, and I keep not quite managing it. I guess it could fall through the first bit, but it doesn't feel much easier. I also could just have another idea for a one-off by the time October runs around. Is the like secret third option here, or secret fourth option. Like I have stuff I want to write at some point or another, but I could also just have something day of, which is how the first Halloween piece came to be. It's just, this is hot, I'm going to write it. Going to show it to this girl who's not yet my girlfriend, I bet she'll like it. Spoilers, yes, very much so. I think just going the other way is... I only half remember how I did this, and that's such a devastatingly not incomplete amount of remembering. Unless this is that you... Maybe it is that you slow ride that one, honestly. Like, maybe I'm assuming too much of this is fast-paced, it doesn't need to be, and maybe that's my problem. I think this part definitely... Well, I think maybe you could do this slower, but I think the way I'm doing this first section is fine. Like, that makes sense. It's a question of whether I can just do something like that instead, and it's actually easier. Right. I need momentum there. Okay, so yeah, it's just that this part, at least the way I'm doing it, gotta be fast. The rest of this, you do not need to be fast in the same way, which, good to know. Sometimes your first instinct for how to solve a level is not the correct one, and is also a harder one than what is correct, which, as I think has come up in, God, what, was that Control, Aurora, where I was, like, repeatedly overthinking the puzzle to my detriment? I know it's definitely just the case for me sometimes where I'm just thinking way beyond what the puzzle actually wants of me, because I've just, you know, done too many more difficult things, I guess, and I'm like, oh, this is what the game wants, this is not what the game wants. Also, you'll be happy to note that Trisha is looking at the screen and staring at the motion. Well, Luck was the one where I was, like, underthinking it or something, but, like, there was also ones where I was, like, overthinking it. I still have a fucking vendetta against that puzzle, and a lot of the puzzles in Control, but whatever. Water under the bridge or something. Damn it. Undershot. I know I had an instance of, like, overthinking it in, Disco Elysium of all things, when it came to the, finding the recording of the smallest church or whatever. Because I remember I had the idea, and you commented that it was, you know, the right kind of thinking, that, the tape I wanted was in the tape player I could buy. But no, it is just a thing you find in the world, and I found it, like, right after having that thought. I guess it turns out you need the tape player anyways for other stuff, but not for that song. Alright, let's look at the thing here again. I know there's some hellish shit you gotta do with these guys, but is it just... Okay. I forgot it was nice enough to start you there. Seasides are nicer, so much nicer to you than I remember them being. I guess because I've played so much more of this game, and my, you know, difficulty for what is difficult is, and what happened is, well, two things. My scale for what is difficult has changed significantly from when I played this the first time. And two, I have played so much, there's so much game here, and I played it so long ago that it's just mushed together in my memory. I don't remember any of these levels fully accurately anymore, as I know I've complained about. I ain't complained about, but mused on, I guess, is what I mean. Like, this is not easy, and I'm obviously going to fuck it up a lot more times before I finish it, but it feels easier than the first bit in some ways, and crucially, I already know what the gimmick is here, is bounce on platforms, but successfully. Oh no. This is a lot more forgiving than a lot of these sections are. I did, like, I don't know if you saw it, Aurora, maybe after you gone to bed, but I did the, I actually did karaoke again. I decided to just see if I could roll successfully and not be pissed about it. And I did, and I was delighted that fucking ancient reptilian brain is the success roll there. It was great. I also went to the world's most boring communist reading group at like midnight IRL, or midnight in game and like fucking 2 a.m. IRL, because that thing fucking drags. I got Harry fucking homework to read. Gonna teach that man theory, I guess. I'm also so happy I got the jacket and also Homosexual Underground. My only hope now, or my only desire now on that front is to somehow get Kim to wear that jacket. I know it's possible. I just don't know what their gimmick is. Because he clearly just won't do it if you just ask him, so there must be some, like, his jacket's destroyed and he needs one, or he's injured, or he's cold, or he's... I don't know. Other things. I'm also letting... The achievements have also tipped to me that you can, you know, bug Kim after hours, but I refuse to do that, because Kim doesn't deserve that. I will, however, keep him up until, like, 2 a.m. in-game. 2 a.m. in-game trying to, like, you know, make him learn communism. I mean, you can say that, Aurora, but that doesn't help. Because, like, I asked him if he would wear it, and he said no. So, like, if there's something... There's clearly something that makes him wear it that I don't know yet. My only other idea is, like, maybe after the case, he's like, yes, put it on... I will put it on the jacket now, and then does it. Other than that, I have literally no idea. But I guess that's Friday's problem, is you can try to convince me that I understand the puzzle that I'm pretty sure I don't understand. Come on. I've also proven at length that I do not understand Disco Elysium's puzzles, so... I need to stop missing these. I have this section down, I'm just not... or feathering the... landing on these guys a little too much. Sweet. 2 more. Summit. I did not remember how much of the B and C size is hope you like wall kicks. Except for the parts where it's hope you like wave dashing, which we have still not gotten to, but we will be there sooner or later. Okay. Hey, babe. Thanks for hanging out. I look forward to chatting tomorrow. Or later today. I guess it's my tomorrow, it's your later today. And I will. I will do the rest of the seasides and whatever amount of farewell I can get into before bed. Night. Night, honey bun. I need to stop wasting my dashes like that. I need to either get my dash of recovery or just die. This slowly falling down is not conducive to getting a lot of practice in at these. Actually, I'm gonna pause for half a second. Not literally, I just say numbers. I will be back in a second. I will be back in a unit of time. I can't tell you which. Wow. Interesting. No, sorry, I do actually want to check one more thing on my phone. Give me a moment. What have I been calling this record flavor? Communicator? I guess I could just say RCGs. That's the obvious call, isn't it? Okay. Waldash City. We got this. I didn't believe enough. I had it. I don't know why I'm trying to do that without. That would have been fine. I think if I had managed that corner kick. The charger was right there. I am very glad I have a lot of recordings of my first Let's Go, but not every level of note, and like not every, you know, moment of note, because switches are probably limited to like 30-minute recordings. Not even 30 minutes, I think it's like 30 seconds or something, but not enough to get a full level is the important part. Meaning my recordings of, you know, clears of difficult levels is the last 30 seconds or whatever the window was. Which, as it turns out, is usually, you know, the most interesting part, or at least a part worth showing off on social media, which I did. But it's not everything of note, and I'm glad to have... have this stream and have, you know, everything shown, the whole journey for every level, and, you know, commentary and bullshit and, you know, chat reactions and all that jazz just makes the experience more compelling. And like I said, that's two thoughts I really shouldn't have merged together, is I guess actually what I mean, because like I'm trying to focus on the level and fucking up. I value basically having a full recording of everything, and I value the reactions as separate things. I'm glad to have both, and I'm glad to have like a clean recording of this game, even if it isn't, you know, my first go at it. And I'm gonna enjoy Hollow Knight in much the same way when I get to that. Because, you know, same boat of I really enjoyed that game, I had a good time with it. I captured a bunch of experiences from it, but didn't record it in the same way that I'm going to record it now. And I'm gonna enjoy that, and especially given that, like, I plan on doing a much more like sorry, my lenses are but smudged up, so I'm getting distracted both from that and by my train of thought. I'm gonna do a much more like magic, like I can't remember what the badge is, like the scream spell you can get that's really high burst damage if you know the exact frames where it's safe to use it. My friend Sparkletone has done a bunch of Hollow Knight, like Steel Soul and like boss rush stuff, and it's very good at, you know, just high burst damaging bosses and getting through that way. And I've watched her do it, and it seems like a good time, and it just wasn't the way I played it. But if I'm going back to the game anyways, and, you know, want to kind of spice things up and have a different experience I did the first time, besides, you know, the novelty of just replaying it, I think it'll be a lot of fun to do it that way, and just, you know, learn to kind of burst bosses down like that. And I'm not going to promise that I'm going to get to the full, you know, 123.5.7% by doing the gauntlet stuff, which I didn't finish when I did the game the first time, I did everything but the highest level gauntlet, I think. I did not do True Radiance, which I think is the same statement. Mostly because I was just not consistent enough with the bosses, and also like that kind of like that kind of like long-term like goal in the game is like you know, long boss rush is never the kind of thing I have the right temperament for. But if I kind of get, you know, more consistent with the bosses, like because of this kind of like aggro strategy, I could see wanting to give it a more deep try. And I'm at least wanting to get to the same point of like, you know, doing the whole base game, doing all the DLCs, doing the like secret completions and stuff. No hitting Nightmare King Grim again just for fun. I can see doing a lot of that stuff again, even if I don't ultimately, you know, get that True Radiance, don't get that full Gauntlet Clear, but we'll see. We'll see what comes to me when I get there. Trying to go back to the ledge that way. Definitely Hollow Knight and Celeste are the most compelling replays in this, you know, new imagining of just doing a game I've played before, but with a full recording. But I'm sure I can find some other stuff that will also be fun to replay. I kind of like have a vague intention to tackle like basically everything I played on Switch between like 2016 and 2020 that has a Steam release. I don't know if I'm quite going to commit to that, but maybe. Not all of it like really deserves it, and certainly not all of it really deserves a stream series. Like some of it I would just, you know, play in my own time, but again, I need to kind of think about that more and figure out what deserves my time, or not even necessarily deserves, but, you know, is worth tackling first in the kind of semi-infinite stack of things I have in my head for stream series, or just for general replays. Maybe you can save one of your jumps going from here to there is viable, but otherwise you have to go back down to here. Another one of the B-side bits is like, or C-side I guess even, that's just like weirdly forgiving. Like there's a lot of ways that you can fail this, and you know, I have as the stream has been happening, that get you killed, but there's also a lot of ways to fail this where you just get to drift back down and try again, which is neat. Thanks, Badeline. Alright, that's 2 screens. Or 1 screen. Yeah, this is the one you have to catch it falling. Which is not the first. I think this might be the first time you have to do this. Maybe I'm wrong. It's definitely not the last time this mechanic comes up. It's not the way you're supposed to do that, I'm pretty sure, but. Yeah, it seems about right. There are longer screens than this in the game, by the way. Just gonna put that thought out there, in case people end up watching that I'm not seeing. Yes, I only have the chat up, so if people are in but not talking, I do not see you, which, that's your business. But it means I can't say things like, I can see that no one's watching, so that's not true. I put off asking Aurora or other people this based on like where I'm at in the game, but I'm curious how many more sessions of Disco Elysium I have. Because it seems like I have like 1 or 2 like in-game days before the case is wrapped at least, but that doesn't feel the same as like the game being over. And that might not even be true, because like I don't have a good feel for like how fast the end comes, I guess. And you know, don't particularly want one, but it's like I learned last game I can go like, you know, do something that basically results in detaining a suspect, allegedly. Maybe it goes wrong, I don't know. Which changes things dramatically, as the game is like kind of clearly pointed out, but that's not the same as it being like at the end of the game. I could see another like day or 2 after that. Plus, I have like another day when I get back to it on Friday of doing things besides that. I'm starting to figure out when I'm gonna have Kim take the body back, because like I'm kind of vaguely intending to like do it at the end of next session, maybe, if I don't have like more outstanding stuff, and like in the evening, so I don't have to necessarily lose Kim for a whole day. But I'm not sure if that's gonna work, and I probably need him for like the standoff with the suspect, and like maybe things will change during the session that will make me not want to pursue that. I don't know. I'm confident saying I'm close, but that could be anywhere between like 1 and 5 more sessions. Like, I also don't know, like, what quote-unquote beating the game looks like for a game like that, and how much, like, post stuff there is to do. And there always could be replays, so I think I'm probably not replaying that game anytime soon, and I don't expect to replay it on stream. Like, I think I would pursue it on my own time. And, you know, enjoy having gotten this run on stream out of it. Damn. I need to check. I'm not sure if I'm going to go back and fix it. I might just let it languish, but I noticed that, I think last Wednesday's stream, for whatever reason, the chat is out of sync, like the video is out of sync. Like, the comments are, I think, more delayed than they should be, and also the time, correspondingly, the timestamps on them show up, like, I think later than they're supposed to, but I might be wrong. It might be the other direction. Like, they're just off in a consistent timestamp, or by a consistent amount of time. I need to kind of look into why that happened and see about fixing it. I don't think it's that I used the wrong chat file, which has been a nightmare of mine for a while, but I need to double check and look at that. I save all of the chat files for these streams so that I can re-render them if I have to. It's just a pain, and takes time that I need to, you know, render new streams as they happen, so I prefer to get it right the first time and not think about it. But if things happen to be off, I can look into that and get around to fixing it at some point. I also will never promise this, but I have a vague intention to go back to some older streams that I grabbed the Twitch chat from when I pulled them off Twitch because of, you know, highlight limit apocalypse. And I saved all. I didn't render, at least didn't render in the right dimension for how I do things now, the chat, but I did grab all of the chat, so I could go back and re-render chats for videos that now currently have it basically lost, because they're off Twitch now. And I would love to eventually do them the same setup I do my current chat videos, where I, you know, blow them up a bit bigger, put the peanut gallery in, put the chat on the right side of the screen, and just show things that way. Which I think would look a bit sillier with some of my old streaming layouts, or, you know, videos where I didn't use a layout at all, but it would work. Like, I designed it in a way where, like, any, you know, 1080p video, or any video that can be scaled to 1080p, which is any video, work with the setup I use to do the chat stuff, like the scripts I have for FFmpeg, but yeah, I don't know. I don't know what stuff is going to feel important enough to put that effort in. It's certainly not everything I have, because as I've complained about multiple times during just this stream, I have so many more projects and things I want to do than time. So I gotta try to my audio levels. Again, looking like they're higher than they should be. I really need to do some more gating on the mic here. I've been letting in too much noise, I think. New death at least. Oh, that's fucking mean. Jump, dash, dash up, dash, dash, restore, but just go underneath, dash, dash up, dash, 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 fall, dash, dash up, dash, dash up, dash up, dash up, catch it midway, dash up, fall, dash straight across. That cliff is, the brown part of the cliff I'm pretty sure is not, maybe it's solid, I don't know. I feel like it isn't, but I know the green is. The seasides are optional before farewell, but it's canon that they happened before, and it will be really clear when I manage to get to the end of this and then start Farewell. I'm now very certain I might do an extra long stream. We'll see how much stamina I have for Farewell. I don't think even with that I will finish Farewell, but I can totally see giving it a solid try. But I will definitely get into it, and getting past the opening of Farewell is, I think, a great start given how it begins. And how it ties into what I am in theory finishing here. I just need to practice more on these turns. I have all the mechanics I need right here. I have all the skills I need and all the knowledge I need to clear this right now. It's a matter of stringing together enough correct movements. That turn specifically is one I need to get more practice on. The rest of this I feel a lot more consistent on by comparison. Not 100% consistent, more consistent. Diagonal jump, I think, there. Head fur is really tickling my ears now. You know, the model doesn't show it, but it's getting longer. Finally found the height too low to manage that. I've been doing it at such a low height every time. Damn. Okay. So I had my microphone off, so I could just get into a zen state and get through that. But for this part, deserves me being able to speak, I think. Yeah. Fucking. So I'm trying to see if I can get a goddamn screen capture. Like, I again realize I'm streaming and get this one way or another, but I would like to use this the Steam button that makes. Okay, I guess it doesn't want to. I'm terrified what will happen if I try to do a screen capture with how that pauses X rendering, but alright, well, we'll grab that for later. I'm gonna keep this panel in mind, I think. I really like that moment. It's really good. Yeah, that sounds about right. Then there was one. Right, here is where you must learn how to do wave dash. Which I have been doing, but this is also where you have to do it in a really... Right, it's not even like the one I've been practicing, it's the one you can do from a crouch like this. Which... Rustier on this one, but I'll get there. Let's see. I remember the seaside for this so vividly, and I'm so excited to show it. I would like to start Farewell tonight is what I'm aiming for. I'm not going to get any meaningful distance into it, but I can at least start it. That'll be enough for me. Nope, I need a better angle than that. Alright, I think I'm gonna actually go back on mute, unless I have something to show off here. But I think for this, I just need to lock in, just for him to get through this tonight. See you on the other side. Fish is so perplexed by the screen right now. Especially when it's making noises. Now it's... I'm sorry, baby, I spooked her. It's not making noises for her anymore because I've turned off the speaker. It is, however, making noises for me still in the stream. Baby. Her brain is small. It has one brain cell, and all it knows is motion and noise and confusion at the world around her. Variance. I'll go find out in a second. Sure, I'll go look at that, and I will, I think, start Farewell, just for the sake of starting Farewell. And then I will, you know, bounce out and leave it for a new stream. Because if I had, you know, if it had been like an hour or two ago, if I had finished this an hour or two ago, I would think about, you know, maybe digging into that fresh, but I don't think so at this point. I have the death totals, like I said, screenshotted from this screen, including Farewell from original Switch copy, and I will share those on socials compared to this, or compared to this run of the game once I have that data. But, alright, let's go see... variants. You know, I should just look it up on my own time, because I'm sure that Celeste Wiki, Celeste.inc or whatever, will have information for me on this. And it'll be easier than figuring it out in play, because I assume it's, you know, there's a lot of stuff. It's variant mode. It's probably variants of it. Let's get enough into this to get a feel for it. This area might be familiar to you if you watched a couple hours back. Fly me to the... said a screen or two, I'm pretty sure. So let's do a screen or two, and then I'll turn back. Listen, sometimes 2 is 3. I promise I will not push it past that. I just saw this little bit in one go. You know, this would be fun to do. Alright. I should be able to get the story stuff next time. Just starting from the start. But, yeah. We'll be back at it Friday with Disco Elysium, trying to, I don't know, I guess tie up loose ends before we go confront a suspect and send the body off and possibly solve a crime, and then, I don't know, see what happens after you solve the crime in Disco Elysium. Presumably some stuff happens. And I'll be back at this back with Celeste next Wednesday. I think I will play Farewell. I feel fairly confident I can beat Farewell within 8 hours and also have time to touch Fragments of Time, or Fragments of the Mountain, but also every other time I've tried to predict how long a section of Celeste will take me, I've been wrong, so we'll see. If I will say, if I end up with like a little bit of Farewell, and basically if I end up in a situation where I run out of Celeste and like it is early in my general streaming schedule, I probably will do something else, even if it's just filler stuff. Probably won't start Hollow Knight early next week, but we'll see how things go. Yeah, it's just Farewell, the Moonberry if I don't get it first try, Fragments of the Mountain, and then move on to Hollow Knight, which I think I will just confirm as the next thing in this slot. Thanks to anyone who dropped by. I will get this up on YouTube and get the chat up as soon as I can. And goodbye.